So welcome back to the TePe Sigeman tournament. We are at round number 2, and as you can see I am alone right now, but in an hour Tiger-Hillarp will arrive and help me. He is right now on a train from Stockholm to Malmö, so we will hope the train is in time. But we take a quick look at the openings. We have a game between Sindarov and Robson. Sindarov won a game yesterday against Tan. I will not say it was lucky, but he had some problems in the game at least. And Robson, he had to play for a long time to get his half point yesterday against Ivanchuk. So we will take a look at this game. Sindarov starting with d4, knight f6, c4, e6, and knight f3. There is always a big choice if you want to play knight c3 or knight f3. Knight f3 was played, and black played d5. A lot of players, they choose to play the queen's gambit against knight f3, but not against knight c3, because they don't want to enter this variation, the exchange variation with the knight on c3, and the knight on g1 still can go to e2 later on. So this is very common. Knight f3 was played, d5, knight c3, and here again we have a lot of choices for black. He can play the normal queen's gambit, bishop e7. He can play the Ragusin, bishop b4, or the semi-Slav with c6. Can also take on c4. But Robson, he chose c5. C takes d5, and now he is taking on d4. And this is called, yeah, they call it the Berlin of the d4. Black is playing quite solid. This is a favorite line of Wesley So, to play like this with black. And this is what normally happens. And then e4. All this is very well known. And we see the queen exchange. And now we understand why it's called the Berlin of the d4, because there is a lot of exchanges and the king has moved. Knight g5 and bishop e6. All this is very well known. You can take on e6. Pawn takes back. And then you can develop bishop c4, bishop g5. But black, he puts his king somewhere on e7 and just defends. Bishop b4, knight c6. It's very hard for white to get anything in this variation. So I'm very curious to see what Sindarov will do with white. Okay, we take the next game. It's a game between Erwin Lamy. He lost it yesterday against Rapport. I think Rapport played a very good game against Lamy yesterday. And Ivanchuk, he had this 110 moves long game against Robson. So he should be a little bit more tired at least. Lamy d4 as always, knight f6, c4, e6, the same, knight f3, but Ivanchuk, he doesn't play d5, he plays c5. So now we are in the modern Benoni. This is a very fighting opening from black, very ambitious and also a little bit risky. These moves are always played, and then white has to choose which variation to play. Played bishop f4. Sharp variation, and now black has a choice. You play bishop g7 or you play a6. The problem with bishop g7 is that you have a check on a4, which is a little bit disturbing, because you cannot put the knight on d7 because the pawn is hanging. And when the bishop d7 is played, you play queen b3, and now there is one pawn on d6 and one on b7. They're very long and sharp variations. So he played g6, bishop f4, bishop c7. Did he play this? I didn't give the check. played h3. It's a little bit slow. You want to play h3, and then normally they even stop with e3 to play a little bit more solid. Castle, yes, and e3. So this is not the most ambitious from white, but it's very solid, and I think it has a very good reputation for white. So it should be a good, solid variation for white, because you don't give a target on e4. Put the pawn on e3, very good defended. The bishop cannot come to g4, and you also have a square for the bishop to hide it. And this is the position right now. So this is very interesting position. And Erwin Lamy, I guess he knows this variation very well, because he's very good in opening theory, working as a second to Geary, I think. But actually I talked to him about the game yesterday, and he said he forgot the theory after 5 moves yesterday against Rapport, which was very surprising, also for him, I understand. So this is an interesting game. And then we have the Swedish player, Nils Grandelius. He's playing against the highest rated player in the tournament, Richard Rapport, and he went for e4. And everything was expected from black. But c5 is maybe the most normal move from Rapport. Also what he played against Nils a couple of years ago when he won against Nils in Tata Steel. So we have the Sicilian, and Nils, he has played a lot of bishop b5, this variation, but today it was the main line. And the Sveshnikov. And here, bishop g5 is the most common, of course. We would know all these long lines. But after the match Caruana-Carlsen, this knight d5 became very popular. You take, and then you have a choice. You can either play knight b8 or knight e7. Knight e7 was played, and he's played a4, a6, and you have to go back. Knight g6, they are playing rather quick, and g3. I have not seen this. I don't recall that you can play like this, like Nils is doing. I guess it looks not so bad to play g3 to control. f4 and h4. But this is not the usual, at least not for me. Bishop e7, and then white is thinking. Should you develop, or should you try to invest in alpha 0 style, you play, or lila style maybe, h4, h5. But Nils has played quick until now, so this is a position he knows for sure, because he always starts to think heavily when he's out of preparation. Okay, quick look at the 4th game. Tan playing white against Erdogmus. She lost yesterday against Sindarov. I actually think she played a good game for about 25 moves, but then collapsed. Erdogmus played a solid game against Grandelius yesterday. d4 was played, d5, c4, and Queen's Gambit accepted. Knight f3, and now c5 immediately. That's a try to confuse a little, because normally you play knight f6, e3, e6, bishop c4, and c5, or maybe a6, or even Gukesh, did he play bishop e7 against Nakamura in the candidates? Was it in this position maybe? But Erdogmus, he played c5. You defend the pawn, takes on d4, and now you can take on c4, because now if black tries to win a pawn, it will end in a big catastrophe, because you will lose the queen. So you can take on c4, and now queen c7, threatening the bishop. Now you can play queen b3, it's one move, but you can also play bishop b3, and now you are sacrificing the pawn, because there is no longer any queen to win. So white has sacrificed the pawn already, and we are doing it for the development and for putting our rook on c1 quickly. So this is a well-known variation. Knight f6, knight c3, e6. Black need to develop the bishop so he can castle quick, because or else it could be very dangerous. So castle, knight c6, rook c1, very logical to put the rook against the queen, very common theme. Black played bishop e7 and knight b5, and that I think this is a theoretical variation. I'm not completely sure, but I think I can recall this. And then I think it's something with maybe knight d4. I'm not sure which knight. Maybe it doesn't matter. I think I recall a variation like this. And this. And the bishop has to move. And it's not so easy to move it to a good square, because if you go, for example, there, maybe you can give a check. It can be dangerous. I'm not sure if it's exactly like this, but I recall this knight d4. So we will see what happens. Not yet played. So this is the position right now, and white has sacrificed the pawn. And there is no weaknesses in the black position, but development is the problem. Also the queen on b8 is of course not on the best square. And normally what happens is that you win the pawn back and then nothing happens. But white is not sure, because we can see that black is on 133 on the clock and white is on 114. So you should think that black is at least still in preparation for sure, but white is not. So we take a look at the other. We had this position. We still have this position. Nothing has happened, which is maybe a little bit strange. Of course, you can take on e4, but then it will be, yeah, immediate boring. If you take on e6, it's more interesting. But this is a long theoretical line. So I'm a bit surprised that white is thinking at this moment. Okay, next game. Let's see. No moves. And the live is working, I hope. e3 played, and Ivanchuk is thinking. I think they play moves like queen e7. You can always put in a6 and you will get a4 as a response automatically. Normally you want to put something on the e5. Queen e7 maybe. Because you want to develop the knight, but you cannot do it as long as this pawn is not protected. Okay, next game. Maybe there is a move in this game. There is. Let's see. They have played a lot of moves. We had this position, g3, bishop e7, and h4. I think it's not so surprising because this knight on g6 has no good squares. Castle was played. Okay, there is only one square for the knight. Normally, we don't look very happy when we play knight h8, normally. But I guess black is planning to play f5 and then develop the knight again. Niels pushed, g6 was played, and bishop e3. And he is playing so quick that I am completely sure that this is still preparation. And this is the modern way to play. You go with the h-pawn and the a-pawn. Yeah, if I would have seen a junior play like this with black, I would be worried because you don't put the knight on h8. But when Richard Rapport puts the knight on h8, I am confident that he's knowing what he's doing. Should you play f5 immediately? Or what else? You have to do something with the knight. You have to develop the knight. What else? If we don't play f5, what do we do? We can try to exchange the bishop. One way to play. We can try to play f5. So if he plays f5, what do we do? We would like to develop. Very difficult position to play if you are not prepared. I think they both are well prepared, actually. We had this with Tan. One more move, queen d2. The threat could be bishop f4. Okay, we have e5, but still looks dangerous. And black responded with bishop b4 very quickly. So this was not a surprise for him. So he's hitting the queen again. So where should we put the queen? And if we have to move the queen, there is no longer any bishop f4. Takes away, for example, queen e2. We cannot come here anymore, which we wanted to do, but it's not possible anymore. So this was a very disturbing move, bishop b4. But also a little strange. You move the bishop again. You have already developed it, and you have to move it once more. But you are hitting the queen, and we have to respond to this threat. So where should we put the queen? We cannot threaten anything, and black will probably castle or play a6. If you're a nervous player, you would be very nervous with white because you have sacrificed a pawn and you don't really know what to do. I can see it on the clock that white is playing on her own and she has sacrificed a pawn. If Tiger, yeah, I was about to say that if Tiger was here, he would like to sacrifice his queen. This is what he normally does. Moves like this. It's typical. And he will come in about an hour, then he will explain why this is a good move. We can give a check. But that's only a check. Shouldn't be anything. But this is typical Tiger style. We also got a suggestion to take on c6. I guess I have to take the queen. We want to play knight d6, so we are very inspired. We are very inspired, but we have not enough pieces for this kind of. But I actually think white must look for something sharp. Or else black will castle and he will be pawn up. Not a pawn up for nothing, because white is still better developed, but still. So we would like to take the bishop, it's not working. We would like to take the knight, it's not working, I guess. And this position must be prepared by black. I can see it. 1:32 on the clock. Okay, Sindarov has played. We had this position. Finally, he took on e6. Pawn took back, and then he played bishop g5. Pinning the knight and also preparing long castle. Long castle with check. And then you want to develop. Also threatening to take this pawn because the knight is pinned. But this is a theoretical position, and black is making a draw a lot of times in this variation, which is a little bit surprising because white will have the bishop pair and good development, but it's difficult to see. We will see what's coming up. I want to see Lamy in the Benoni. We had e3. Ivanchuk thought for a long time and played knight a6. And this is not the most common, I'm for sure. That's why Lamy now is thinking. So normally when you play knight a6, you want to play knight c7, pressuring the d5 pawn and expand on the queen side with a6 and b5. So this is the point with knight a6. This one will come to c7. And white normally should develop. But if you place, for example, the bishop on d3, immediately you have to take care of this pawn because you have not played e4. We could place the bishop on e2, of course. In the Benoni, normally you want to play something with this knight to put it on c4 to pressure d6. But you should start your development first, maybe, or finish your development, I should say, before you start these kinds of operations. So a bishop move would be normal, I think. Turn. She moved her queen. And she moved it to e2. So now there is no more bishop f4 threat. The good thing for white is that black at least didn't answer immediately. Maybe he's not at the board, but he has started to think at least. So now you should think that castle is one move, a6 to hit this knight, to get it to retreat would also be nice. Is there any more moves? You don't want to move anything else? Bishop d7, or why should you want to develop quickly? You want to castle normally. It would be interesting to see, because I think yesterday Erdogmus against Grandelius, he played his exchange Roy Lopez, exchange Spanish. But I think he didn't have the enough patience to play this variation. He was very aggressive, playing with b4 and f4 and e5. And then got hit by the counterplay. But he drew, of course. But now again he's playing, I would say, a solid variation is pawn up, and he wants to defend this pawn, to play it very solid. And normally, when you are 13 years old or 14 years old, you want to play aggressive. But this is not what black is doing. And I also think that Tan, she is a very aggressive player, playing very good with initiative, like most of Chinese players, actually. Also very interesting that if you lose the first round with white, are you happy with the draw the next game, or do you want to try to win? Not so clear. If you are playing with, according to the Russian chess school, you should make a draw. After a loss, there comes a draw. This is a saying in Russia. But this is maybe not so good if there is only 7 rounds. And now we take a look at the rapport. Bishop e3 played by Grandelius. f5 played as expected. And Niels quickly played a5, giving the bishop a square on b6 if f4 is played. Should black now develop his knight again? For the second time, develop it? And this knight is actually the knight that started on b8. He has gone a very strange way to end up on h8. Or end up. I hope it's not ending up on h8. So this is the position. Let's say knight f7, just to develop the knight. What do we do? You want to develop the bishop. Do we want to stop? For example, bishop g5 or knight g5 or f4. We can play a move like this, but I don't like to play it like this with the king still in the center. Against the king's Indian, which this looks like a king's Indian. No, you can play a move like f4, blocking the pawns, making this bishop also look a little bit stupid because there is a pawn on f5. So you can block it, but I would be afraid to do all this without castling. For example, if you take, how should I take back? Then I have to play moving my king. I immediately go back when I have to do this, so don't do it. And if it takes and I take with a bishop, then you can play, for example, knight e5 or bishop f6 or rook e8. There is a lot of moves. Bishop d7 was played, not knight f7. But we see Niels on 125 and Rapport on 108. So I think he's happy, Niels. Maybe for a couple of more moves. Then we will see. What did Lamy do? He started to develop. We had this. We had the last move was knight a6. Lamy played bishop e2, just developing, preparing castle. Very normal. They didn't want to put the bishop on d3 because then the d5 pawn could be weak. So then it's a question: should we develop the bishop, or should we play knight c7 to start to prepare the queenside expansion? We can also play, for example, rook e8 or queen e7. There is a lot of moves for black. There is also a plan. I'm not sure if it's in this position, I think not, but sometimes they play like this and try to play f5 to block out this bishop. There is a lot of possibilities for black and also a lot of possibilities for white all the time. So what would you expect? You need to see the next few moves from black to understand what is his plan. Is he going to plan for the queen side with knight c7? Is he going to play in the center with rook e8? Or is he going to play with f5? So you need to see the next move actually to understand this. And this knight a6 I have never seen in exactly this position. Knight c7 was played. So then we understand he wants to pressure this pawn a little, 2 knights, but still it's defended. But he wants to play a6 and b5. There's a lot of moves to get this b5 move to come, because you want to use that you have 3 pawns on the queen side against these 2. You have the pawn majority on the queen side and you have this bishop. So if he can attack with the pawns, we can use this bishop, then we could get a very good play on the queen side. We can, of course, try to stop it. And black should think, should he play a6 or b6? Can write the book about this. Because if you play a6, white can play a5 and stop b5 because you have this en passant. So if you want to be sure, then you have to play b6, for example, castle, and then a6, and I cannot block. And then we can try rook b8 and then b5. Takes some time, but it's very difficult to stop. So let's say this. This. There is also moves like bishop b7 if you want to attack this pawn even more. We didn't play e4, so the pawn on d5 is more difficult to defend than usual, but still we don't have to defend the e pawn. But the d pawn needs defending. Yeah. To play. I want to go back and come back to this. Yeah, I only know one game, Kasparov, like 40 years ago, and this knight. Kasparov, you're none. The knight was on b4 and white won on the other side. It was misplaced, but that was only one game, and that was a long time ago. But maybe we should wait for black to play a6 before we play a4. So if you play this, you mean he should come back. It looks nice, but it doesn't help a6 b5. But maybe so we could. Is b5 a threat now? That's the it's not, or is it? Was the d5? Is this a threat? Or maybe I can take like this because I'm also hitting this one. There is no time to take on d5. I hope. Or maybe there is. Take. Because they are all hanging now, the pieces, but I'm threatening the rook. Take. And I can also take on d5. So maybe it's not a threat, b5. So I don't have to play a4. Then I can castle first. And if he then plays a6, then we play a4, should be the point, and there is no more knight a6. And I think black should be slow. And all these questions I will give to Tiger-Hillarp when he is arriving. So we are saving them for him. We will surprise him with all these questions when he's coming. And I am absolutely sure he will have very clear-cut answers to all these questions. In a second, he can answer them all. Nothing has happened between Sindarov and Robson. Still thinking. A little bit surprising, I think. This was what we had. Grandelius, bishop d7. He played queen d2. So at least he's stopping bishop g5. But what else is this move make? I can't imagine white playing for long castle. Could it really be possible if you have a pawn on a5? Cannot be preparation for long castle. I don't believe it. And 1:22 on Grandelius' clock. He is still in preparation for sure. And we had this turn against Erdogmus. We had this position, this bishop b4, hitting the queen, move to e2. Castle, very normal. And white, also very normal, rook fd1. So I repeat, white has sacrificed a pawn for this. Better development, but then what happened if we hit, should we hit the knight? Or can we develop? One way to defend when the opponent is sacrificing a pawn could be to give back the pawn. I think about this move, for example. I just want to take this one if it's possible. And if white takes back, white takes the pawn back, then I can develop freely 2 bishops. Nothing for white. So there is other moves than a6, bishop d7. Of course, it's maybe dangerous to move the knight away from the king side, but I'm blocking the d file, and there is no pawn hitting this knight. You have to take it if you want to remove it. Cannot. There is no pawn because we have sacrificed the e pawn. d4, I guess. If you play this, I think we have to go here. Where else? You want to take? You want to play bishop d7, maybe? Can I play this? But I'm not impressed. Is this really compensation for one pawn? This is also a question we save for Tiger. We have to write them down. Lamy castled. Very normal. I think this is normal. I think this is normal. I think this is normal. Because oh, sorry. Oh, Gumira, Stellan. Because I don't like this. Rook b8, a5. It's not catastrophe. You can play this, maybe try it, but then you have this weak pawn. Of course, there's also one here, but if you can avoid it, why not do it? Why not play b6 first? And then rook b8. And as I said before, we would like to play this and this, but it's not possible because the pawn is hanging. It's not defended. We cannot play knight d2. See, we have this castle last move. I think Lamy is happy after last game yesterday when he was very passive and had to defend. Now he has a very nice solid position with white. It's more easy to get good positions with white, of course, but I think this is a position he likes. Now I could see Tiger passing by, so he will soon join me. You want to play this? You want to exchange it on a6? Could be possible. You don't want to play bishop b7? Yeah, but we play rook e8 and then bishop b7. If we play e4, this one will be weak. Maybe. But you can start with b6, maybe. Maybe it's possible. Just because you play b6, you don't have to play bishop a6. You can still choose what you want to do. Of course, you can play a move like rook e8, always, just to control this square. So there is no e4 coming. And sooner or later, white wants to play e4, because this is where white has his extra pawn. e4, e5. Actually want to play f4 if it's possible, but then you have to remove all the pieces from the f file. But this should be where white should play, in the center. Finally, a move in this game between Sindarov and Robson. You remove the king from the pin, played king e8. So if I now want the pawn, then I have to take on f6 first, and then we have to give away the bishop pair. We don't like it. This is the first move you think about, because you hit the weak pawn, but maybe you can just play king f7. And then you want to develop the knight and the bishop, maybe here. But I thought all this was well analyzed, so I would have thought this should be played much quicker. Queen d2 from Niels, and then now Tiger. We have saved a lot of questions for you to solve.
I hope so.
We take a quick break to install Tiger, and then we will start answering all my questions. So welcome back to the second round. And now, as you can see, we have Tiger, we want to be called. So Tiger-Hillarp
Yes.
as at my side. You have played this tournament. I did a calculation earlier today.
Mm.
10 times
Wow.
you have played.
I did not know.
Quite a lot. And you won once.
Mm-hmm.
You were second once.
Okay.
And you were third once.
Perfect.
Yeah, actually.
That's a kind of a perfect score. Maybe not how people usually think about it.
I actually think you were number 10 once also.
Very possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you have played the tournament a lot.
Maybe actually it was my best chess ever I played in one tournament, and I managed to lose like every game I was winning in. Might have been that one.
We prefer points.
Some of us do.
Yes. But you have played the tournament a lot,
Mm.
so you know how it feels to play. And we will take a quick look at the games from the beginning, and you can give your comment on the opening moves.
That one.
Do you know the variation?
I do. I play d4 myself.
Yeah. Do you like it, the variation? I know you don't like it. You find it boring, of course.
I found it horribly boring.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the whole point of this system for black side, I mean, if you compare it to the Berlin's system, many people do. I think I even heard some people say that it's like the D4 Berlin or something like that.
If you had been here for 10 minutes before, you would have heard me.
Oh, okay. But I think there is a huge difference. I think it's a misnomer, because the Berlin, you play with Berlin. You know, it's a very complex game, extremely tense, with lots of ideas. This position is just basically suffering to hold a draw.
Yes.
And so I don't think they are the same thing.
No, I agree.
So I would actually rather kill myself and play like this as black. I don't care that much about points.
No. You find it boring.
Well, I find my whole reason for playing chess is anathema to this position. So,
but if you are white,
this is one of the reasons why I don't play d4 as well. I play knight f3 instead,
yes.
and I'm out of there. So
So what do we think? This is probably still a theoretical position, I guess. Probably.
Yeah, I think. I'm looking forward to see if Sindarov can come, if he has some kind of ideas or something, because if you don't, you come to this position, it's obvious white is slightly better. You play some sensible moves, you get what you think is still a slightly better position, and then 10 moves later you're still in a theoretical position that isn't played in many games, and black is still slightly worse. But if you overpress, I mean, yeah. But I guess black's greatest idea is that white goes a bit berserk and crazy. And I saw Sindarov's game yesterday as black in the King's Indian. I mean, the risks he took.
They were big.
That was incredible. And he seems to do that again and again.
But it's very difficult to play this risky as white. How do you play this in a risky way? It's not so easy.
No.
The position is already good. What should you do?
You have a point.
The next game is Erwin Lamy against Vasil Ivanchuk. It started like...
The knight a6 to c7. I've never seen that.
No, neither have I. So we had this.
So I played this line a lot with black. And it's one of the reasons why I'm currently not too happy about the modern Benoni. I played queen e7, knight e8, and rook 8 in this position.
It's all kind of moves.
Yeah. Knight e8 is maybe the most flexible, but objectively speaking, it's not. I think.
But now you can start to play this. If you like it.
Yeah, if Jackie plays it, I can too. Yeah.
Bishop e2, normal. Knight c7. Castle, also normal. Rook e8, why not? I must be sure that this is not my move. No, it's played. So this is the position right now.
Yeah, so normally we would like to play knight e2 here, but now the d5 pawn is hanging, so
Exactly.
there is
And we cannot play e4 because now this is also hanging. So how do we
yes.
reroute the knight?
Though it be madness, yet there is system within it. Yeah. Yeah, if black can play knight e4. What was white's? Can we just go? I mean,
We have this.
yeah, exactly. So I'm thinking maybe after knight a6. I don't like bishop e2 already.
Already, you want to come now?
I want to play bishop c4.
Then you should be very confident that you don't allow b5 later on.
Yeah, exactly. So you have to play a4 now.
Yeah. Normally, I would like to play b6 before I play a6.
Yeah, and short castle.
And a6.
Now I play e4 and you're crushed.
Because you will...
Yeah, you don't have time to do your things.
No. So I have to play rook e8 first, maybe?
Yep. And now... And my idea was to play rook b1 with idea and then continue with b4, but maybe knight e4 is... No, it's not obvious. I agree.
We go to the game position.
Yeah.
Bishop e2, knight c7, castle, rook e8.
Yeah.
So this is...
Well, I think already a bit tricky because if maybe we should prophylactically move the bishop away from but then how is knight e4 here?
You want to play this?
Yeah, it's the standard. I mean, if you can get away with such a move, it's usually a good idea. And now if we take and play knight e2, we can play rook b4 and you can't hold on to everything as maybe knight c4 here, because d6 is also is very sharp. But I like to take on c4 here and then take on b2 and then
to play exchange.
Yeah,
sacrifice
and have my extra pawn on the queen side and pretend that I have compensation here. But objectively speaking, I think white can just play something like e4, e5, and
the knight is not so good.
No, it's problematic when e4, e5 comes. So maybe bishop h2.
But what if like
maybe just rook e1. But I feel that
if I just play like this, I guess a4. No,
yeah.
No, maybe I can, because I thought maybe with the rook on b4.
So what happens on knight? Can we play knight d2 instead of a? Oh, yeah. No. Sorry. I'm blabbering. You must
hallucinating.
Stop. Hallucinating. You must need to stop e5 first.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I can also play knight e4 now, because now I have a square on b4 for the rook.
You do, but you have also weakened your ability to play b5 later on. So
I would like to play this actually.
And maybe even bishop b7 here, because holding on to d5 is
not so easy.
Is a wee tricky. And now you will have to place a bishop on c4 anyway, probably. So I thought bishop e2 was a bit passive. But I could be completely wrong there.
That's the normal thing. But this is the position right now. We are not totally clear what white should do.
No.
Do we even like black?
You know, when I look superficially at the Benoni positions, I always like black.
Yes, because you're
because I like the hyperdynamic stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm possibly overestimating it, but I think that, I mean, the problem in this kind of position for black is that you have one minor piece too many. And and especially the bishop on c8. It's really hard to get it to do something to participate in the game. But here, I mean, even bishop f5 could be, and bishop sometimes, but I think the moment you get to play knight e4, I mean, it's just the normal moves for white here, you know, like rookie 192 is the normal. The thing you usually want to do here is play 92, but you can't play 92.
No.
So that is why I'm a bit puzzled by the whole thing. I've not looked at this in some time.
No. So this knight a6, interesting idea, at least.
Absolutely.
Okay, we go to Nils playing Rapport.
Yeah.
And we had it was Sveshnikov. Do it quickly again. This 95. And all these moves were played rather quickly.
Yeah, modern chess. You know, in the old days, you would just leave that pawn on h5, never go to h6. And
you mean this pawn you wouldn't play?
I would never place it there. No, exactly.
But now they do it.
Now they do it, and I guess the point is that very much later in the game, because
at in the ending,
yeah, more or less, because in this position, it's not that great.
No.
But eventually, when things start opening up, it's going to be annoying for black to have a... And also, I love to have this knight on h8, it's striving to f7, where it's a great knight in the sense that it's not in the way of the black's other pieces. So in this sense, it might even be the best place for the knight almost. Maybe f6 would be slightly better, but... It's a great square, but the problem is that when white plays f4, the knight is completely controlled. And I mean, gathering up the h6 pawn with something like rook e8, bishop f8, taking on h6, it takes a lot of time. And white have some very strong initiative on the queen side with knight a4 and going to b6 and just throwing the pawns forward. So
we go to the game. It's like...
Yes, and so we stop before white gets to play e4, knight e5.
Yes, we cannot allow the knight to get active. So he played this, like in the King's Indian.
So, I mean, there are many questions here.
Yes.
Should we play g5? Or should we play rook e8, bishop f8, and then e4 and just take on h6? But probably it's going to be very awkward somehow for black to take on h6. So I think... Usually that kind of pawn on h6, it's actually defending black's king. So we don't want to take it.
Not immediately.
No.
Queen e8.
That feels like a preparation. But it's also stopping the knight from going to a4. And maybe there are some ideas now with taking on f4 and playing bishop f6 or something.
There is something against the king.
Yeah. And maybe bishop d8 even at some point. But I used to play the old Indian position, and then I often did this zigzag with the bishops. I played bishop d8, c7, b8, a7, and then hallelujah. Finally, it was out.
Yeah, but and also one big point, of course, you're stopping this move because I cannot jump. So
it's if you play Go, you love those moves that they do two things at the same time. So it's both stopping something and also participating in setting up some tactical tricks with b5. Nice move.
But when you see that he has used 40 minutes, do you think it's preparation still? Probably not.
No,
I would say.
No, you're right. I
and also
absolutely agree with you.
And also Nils has started to think, but that's only the two last moves.
I mean, it's still possible because on this level, you analyze so many things. You look at so many things. So sometimes you need quite a lot of time to remember what you have looked at.
And also choose between maybe 2 or 3 different alternatives.
Exactly. So, for instance, it's very possible that he comes into this position and he says, like, I remember there was something with Queen e8. Was it something about Queen e8 being good, or was it something about Queen e8 being bad? And you have to think about it. I mean, it could be something like that.
Or was it maybe in the next move?
Precisely. Precisely. And all the deities are in the details. So.
Yeah, and the fourth game. Tan against the very young Turkish player, 14 years in 2 weeks,
Mm.
so it's not so old.
So he's younger than I was when I started playing chess.
Yes,
Sweet.
the youngest player ever to reach 2600.
Yeah. So he has 2600 before.
Yes,
Yeah.
it has a good start.
I had that for like 2 periods in 2009.
Yes.
So, or maybe even one, don't remember. Okay, this line.
Yeah.
I see where we're going. Queen c7.
Yeah. So this is a pawn sacrifice.
This is your turf, right?
Yeah, but don't I play?
I thought they played queen b3
Yeah.
in the old days. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I play like they did in the old days. So I think I would, as I remember it,
Yeah.
queen b3.
Yeah.
So this is normal moves, but still a pawn down.
Yeah.
Okay, good development, but queen g2 was played. Very quick response. Bishop b4.
So it's probably
Yeah, I think I would say preparation still.
and queen e2 also, I'm guessing, or
I'm not sure because
the bishop is a bit weird on b4 now.
yeah. But now
Stop.
now they have started.
Can I just have just a second to look at it?
In this position, I actually said that you would be tempted by taking,
of course,
or take maybe this one,
Yep.
or you want to take this one.
both looks nice, but rook takes c6, take on d2, take on c8, queen takes, knight d6, king d7. That ruins the fun, right?
You don't believe in it.
No, even I have.
You have to count the pieces in the end.
Yeah, exactly. So now we have to take on c8, and you take on e3, and there is no fun. I don't think so.
No.
No.
And I don't think, and of course, since it's preparation bishop b4, probably it's not working.
No. And taking on b4 can almost never work because the knight will come. There's 2 knights. They come to d5, so we're gonna just stop all the
you have to mate
shenanigans.
immediately. So this was played. Rook d1 was played. a6, hitting the knight. I have to move it to d4.
So and
wait.
Back. Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry. I will not do this again to you. But just so because the bishop is on b4, I just want to use it somehow. Can't we play rook c4 instead of rook d1?
You want to play like this?
Yes.
But it's defended. You want to play still.
Yeah, now knight d4, because now I'm going to threaten to take on b4. Oh, now, come on. No. Bishop, yes. Bishop e5, rook rook c7, maybe knight g5, maybe rook h4. This looks like
good compensation.
Yeah.
Very. I wanted to lift the rook to get the rook.
I'm just thinking that unless you can get something to f4 here, if black just gets to kick you back and a6, knight d4, bishop d7, there's no problems with black. So the only tactical problem I see for black is the fact that the bishop on b4 is like lost a bit in translation at the moment. It's
take a look at this again. I changed my mind.
Okay, this one.
But you know, maybe you can, because now I control this square at least.
I can't take on b4. It doesn't really help me, does it? No, it's too much. So bishop c1.
Just to keep the bishop alive.
Yeah, maybe bishop g5 even. I'm gonna play rook h4 next.
Pretending you have an attack.
Yeah.
You also have.
It feels sensible at least.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rook d1 was played.
Yeah.
a6 was played. Knight d4
Mm-hmm.
was
No,
played.
no,
So
I
this
mean,
is,
I think white is just playing to equalize here.
yes, you have to
because-
win back the pawn somehow.
Yeah, and I think just this structure with the pawn on e6, even if we have to give up a pawn on c6, and we can just push the a pawn, and we're always doing fine.
So what
Maybe I'm too optimistic about black's position, but that's how I feel about it. So,
want to play this?
yeah, that would be the normal stuff at least. So I felt rook d1 felt like a
Yeah.
I don't see the idea with the move. It's like you know, there's some positions where you should channel your inner Botvinnik and just put the rooks on the open files.
Mm.
And I know you like that.
Yeah, I like to play it.
Yeah, but sometimes you cannot be Botvinnik. And when you give up a pawn, Botvinnik would never have done that.
No.
So don't be Botvinnik in this position.
No, not in tall positions.
Yeah, it could be right, but I feel it feels slow to me.
Yeah.
And purposeless in a sense.
So this is a position right now,
Mm-hmm.
and Tan is thinking. No, sorry, Erdogmus is thinking, and he's thinking a lot actually, because he played the first 12 moves in seconds. But now he's thinking, and he has this extra pawn, of course.
Yeah. So we have the candidates are something like
Bishop d7,
Bishop
must
d7,
d1.
yeah, take on d4, knight g4.
This is one.
But then rook takes d4. Then I'm happy again. We must go to e7, but yeah, when that is like a better version of what I. So and on bishop d7, maybe again take and
the rook, or you want to come?
Now white is black is starting to get coordinated. I hate it when black gets coordinated. And black hasn't even moved a pawn on the king side, so it's really hard to whip out some kind of attack here. I think white should really find a drawing line in that position, but
I agree.
But maybe there is something else. What? Bishop g5.
Yeah. Something like this.
Bishop e7. Take knight e5. Knight f5. I mean, I'm just trying to make some kind of sense, but I take an f6. And then d7 is hanging. And the bishop on b3 seems like a good piece here.
Yeah, now it's
this could be
still a pawn down, but now at least you have.
Yeah, I'm quite happy with this as compensation. I mean, the whole point of bishop g5 here is it looks a bit strange. Is that if I can take that one away, then moving the knight on d4 means that the bishop on d7 will be unprotected. So that is the point.
But let me try this. Okay, if you can take this pawn on d5, and even if you win it.
Okay, this is dangerous.
Because now I'm leaving the king.
Yeah, so this is fun. This looks fun.
Fun for white or fun for black? That's the question.
No, fun for white, I'm thinking. Yeah, so knight f5. Maybe just rook e8 or something.
But there is no threat, really.
Yeah, well, I'm going to take on d5 if I get to, and then take on g7. And maybe
Okay, but if I move my
rook e8 I like.
yeah,
Yeah.
then
The
can
question
drop
is,
back.
can I just, if I just take on g7 now?
Okay, I have to take it.
Mm-hmm.
I have to try.
I play queen e4.
And why should this be where you're going?
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, if it's not too much, it would really be a surprise, but...
I want to exchange this bishop.
Mm-hmm. Bishop takes d5. Queen h4. Queen d6, maybe.
Queen e5, queen d6, yeah, queen d6.
Yeah, it's not quite there. I'm really just trying to make sense of the fact that we have some more pieces on that side, and trying to get the rook lift to work. But that's the kind of stuff I would think about if I was white here. So. And that means if you're black, you have to do two. So
the bishop d7, I think that's the move you would like to play.
Exactly.
I don't know why.
No, you start by calculating the consequences of that move, and if you find problems with that, then you try to find something else.
Yeah, but if you find problem with this move, then I think you have problems with all moves, because this is a natural move to develop. What else?
Yeah. Taking on d4 we didn't like. No?
This is more natural.
Yeah. Yeah, so bishop is d6. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe he senses that he has a chance to get a good position here, and he just wants to make sure that he makes
correct.
right.
So we had this. Sindarov against Robson. Knight c6 was played. And now he can take back the pawn.
Yeah.
But now the bishop pair is gone.
Yeah. And this is the standard line, I think.
Yeah. And f5 was played, hitting the knight. Knight g5. King e7. Defending the pawn. And this is known, I think.
I think this is one of those lines where you
bishop d4.
Yeah, and is it here that you play something like, I don't remember.
No, neither do I.
Is it knight d8? Because we threaten rook c8 and we have time to kick the knight. Or is it bishop h6?
Yeah, we can pin the knight. It's one move at least.
King f6. Maybe. A bit too weird, maybe.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah, let's move on.
We will. You don't like this variation. I can feel it.
No, but it's a position, and if I'd seen that position in a game and hadn't looked at it myself for hours,
yes,
not finding anything interesting for white, then I would have been like,
interesting. Yeah,
but now I'm like, oh yeah, recognize that. Don't think a lot is going to happen.
Rook e8 was the last move we saw. A4 was played.
Sensible, trying to make a move that doesn't give away too much information.
Yeah. A6, you want to expand.
So on A5 now he's going to play bishop, but he can't play bishop D7. So he's probably going to play, maybe we'll just play rook B8 and just B5. Yeah, and just suffer.
But white played this. Because now we are defending this one. Maybe we can start our knight tour.
That looks like a really good move, actually, because I know also we have queen b6 sometimes.
Rook b8 was played.
Mm-hmm.
a5 was
Yep.
played.
Yep.
Now there
And
is
this is
b5.
and now sometimes in these positions you play b5, a takes b, knight a8.
Yes.
That is one of the standard ideas here.
It's a pendant to Rapport's knight h8.
Yeah.
Playing with the knights in the corner. But not for long.
No. It has a clear goal with going there.
Yeah.
It's not a random knight a8.
So we have this. So let's see. This is the last move. Yes, played. So this is current position.
Queen b3. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and that we would probably have found that if we sat at the board and focused a bit.
Yes.
It's they say that being on a team, two people always think better than one, but I don't think no, especially not in chess.
Just distracting.
So will he overprotect the d pawn, rook fd1, or will he?
Black to move.
Ah, it's black to move. Yeah. Sorry.
Move.
Okay. And bishop d7, bishop takes d6 does not.
But we do what?
Yeah. So that
Before we have.
I'm just thinking, do we have anything else? Maybe queen b6 is really annoying anyway. So I mean, if we play something like bishop f8 with the idea to play bishop d7, queen b6. No, but knight e7, sorry. That was not a great idea for me.
We play active. We try this.
Yeah.
We like it.
So take knight 8. Have to take in this position knight 8. I think white should take the pawn because unless we can protect on b6, and we can't.
No, sure.
There is this idea with knight a4, knight takes b6, knight takes c5, but here it doesn't work. I think because knight f takes d5 it looks quite decent.
The bishop, and you are active.
Yeah, I'm going to. I think there are lots of tricks there. So just taking an h3 next, for instance.
But let's say we take this.
Yeah. And we need to take on b8.
But
yeah, maybe we will rook. Oh, I missed that. That's.
Now we have problems.
Yeah, so, and if we play bishop b5 here, then knight c7, and that's a really annoying bind. I mean, really annoying bind. So, okay.
So we have this a5. So why not b5? We have to.
But maybe it is this knight a4 idea that I talked about. So there.
This.
Let's just see it because everything is hanging. So take there. I think we should take with f knight on there exactly.
Hitting the bishop.
And in this, we need to knight takes a6, knight takes f4 is no good. Bishop g5. That is annoying.
Is it maybe?
On f6 now, I think I play knight takes a6.
Yeah, and also if I play f6, you also get into this.
Yeah, but after knight takes a6, bishop takes, rook takes, bishop takes, rook takes, take on g5, rook takes b6. Or we could just play. Yeah, I think this also bishop c4 actually worked, and here and then knight takes g5. But that's only white can win. If black can somehow hold the not get mated or so knight a4 is the standard at least. So knight takes f d5, and we said bishop g5. We need to
because this is everything is hanging.
Okay, can we go back one move? So yeah, instead of taking on d5, do we have something else here? I mean, taking on h3 or bishop f5, then just knight takes a6. That is no, that is just very good for white. So
So is the conclusion that b5 is not so clear, at least?
yeah, this.
What do you want to do?
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a look.
Yeah.
This.
That
There
looks
was
like a very decent idea.
suggestion bishop d7. Okay, this one is.
Yeah. So
A d6 is also hanging.
but that doesn't matter too much now, does it? I like Thomas' move.
I want to try to take.
But take on a4?
Sorry. It's hanging directly. So I cannot take because you can take.
Yeah. So okay, let's be a pawn grabbers. United. Take
This
there.
one.
This time we can take on b6 immediately. Take, rook takes, knight e4, knight. This is like the best Benoni ever for black.
Yeah.
So no.
White pawns are weak. So b5, take, knight a8.
Thomas solves the day.
I would wait a couple of minutes to not so easily convinced.
Oh, yeah. It has to be done.
We try it.
And we have to play knight c7. And now black's pieces are in a horrible mess because take d6, a4, c7, b3, d8. Then black is a piece up. So
what do? Now there is no threat at all.
what about knight c3?
Yeah,
Exactly.
go back.
We will... Knight b5. Then we take an a6. Bishop b5.
Bishop b5.
Yeah. It looks pretty sensible for black. Rook takes b.
I want to take. Okay. Not clear.
No.
But
this is messy.
Yes. I'm not convinced totally. But,
no.
But if you play black in the Benoni,
no,
you should not be afraid of messy position.
No, I like Gurevich once told me that when we played a game and his I didn't think he had compensation for the piece he just sacrificed, and after the game I said, you didn't have compensation. He said no compensation, complications. Yeah, so
you sacrifice.
I think this is I think if you play the black side of the Benoni consistently, I mean, complications is all you can wish for.
Yes, because you're positionally lost.
Yes,
that's a problem.
That's a bit of an exaggeration.
Yeah,
I think
bishop h6 was played, and he played h4. So this is not a position.
I didn't think bishop h6 was a move there, because now but maybe it is.
Yeah, why not?
But we need to play something like king b1 at some stage or another.
Now it's black. Should we come with a... But this is very difficult because I think this is well known. I would be surprised if this is not following some game or not.
Yeah. But he's down to 40 minutes. So.
Yes. Yeah, and they started to think on a very early stage. Starting to think in move 10.
Yeah.
Okay, Niels.
Yeah, chess is difficult.
Yeah.
I'm very happy about that. King
Queen
D1,
E8.
King
King
D1,
D1.
wonderful move. Love it.
Yes, you.
Love it. Rook is still needed on the A file because otherwise the pawn would be, and there's no way that black can open up the center. So the king is perfectly safe where it is. It steps out of the D file, and it also means that later we could, you know, play rook to E1 if we need it. So wonderful move. Really
Bishop
like.
D8.
Yeah, he's going to do my old Indian maneuver.
You're really maybe not.
No.
Maybe we will see. Bishop D8 at least was played.
Yeah.
Queen F2.
Mhm.
Stopping your maneuver, actually.
Yeah.
You cannot come to A7.
Never. It's true. Okay. It's a very prophylactic way of playing. What I wonder. No.
Could you say white is playing against this knight?
Yes. Yes.
This
That's what I tried to
yeah.
say before. That
Yeah, that's the whole
I
plan.
think I would I would say that the whole white's
His concept.
yeah, exactly. If this knight would get out, yeah, for instance, then I think white would be in a bit of trouble. He's probably going to play the queen to E7 or something like that, because otherwise his setup doesn't make a lot of sense.
You want to play this?
Yeah, and then to, you know, play G5 at some stage. But I'm not sure what it's achieving.
No. Oh, sorry.
I really like this. It's a very interesting game. I think all these H pawn pushes, people tend to think of AlphaGo when they see them, and I think you should make a difference between pawn stopping on H5 and pawn going to H6, because the pawn going to H5, we used to play that all the time in the olden days, also, and I pushed so many H pawns in my life when people. Yeah, you probably. Well, I remember you once saying that I can't explain this move. It's only something like that. But pushing it to H6, that is the new thing. I think very few, and it's really not. It's like a slow. It's a strategic idea, but it's a slow tactical idea.
In the end, something should happen on G7 or H7 or something, or on the back.
And it also means that the knight could not come to H6 and then G4. So
this knight is horrible.
It's really horrible, yeah. And I used to love that knight, so I feel a bit depressed about it being horrible. I don't know really how to deal with this.
Yep.
I was thinking about the ideas with G5 and F takes and F4. And get the knight to G5 and E4.
You want to play with G5 like
I think white is not going to do anything.
Yes.
And eventually, in order to get the knight out, you'll have to take twice. And then you suddenly see that positionally, black's position is going to be horrible, because you have the E6 square, you have open G file. And if you just take once, it's not going to change anything.
So let's make some moves like this.
So because I thought about, I've been sitting here thinking about it. I think G5 is really...
We don't, of course we don't take.
No, exactly. It doesn't change the position at all.
We always have one extra pawn.
We could play something like Bishop D3 here, for instance, just trying to lure black into playing E4, and then we go back or something else. And black has not... now it's really hard to keep that side. And we have... Now, later on, we have this idea to play knight E2, knight E4. So maybe even the bishop should go to C4 at this stage.
Yeah. But still, we have this position.
Yeah.
But if we can
do it in combination with threatening the H pawn, so that we can get knight H6 to G4, then it makes sense. But it's really hard to do that. Yeah, but actually, you're not opening. You're not opening the position against white's king. You're opening the position against your own king.
Yes.
The moment you do that. I was thinking of, playing something like G5, taking on F4 with the E pawn, and then playing G4, and then playing knight H8 to G6.
So something like
but it takes such a long time, and white has this knight e2, knight e4 to e6 idea, and I think it's
let me
just
show what you mean.
yeah.
You want to play this?
Well, I don't anymore, but yeah, it's
but
at least there.
What we are talking about at least.
Mm.
I just make random moves, and you thought about something like this, and then you want to come here, or you want to take this one? Or...
No, yeah, one of those. But I think it's hard to take the h6 pawn, and with the pawn on g4, it makes no sense.
No.
So now here, knight h8. And then to, g6.
Should be the plan. Just to activate the knight. The problem is it's not very active on g6.
It's not very active on g6, and f5 is a bit weak. We can play rook h5 later, and most of all, knight e2, knight e4. This pawn on e5. The pawn on e5 is very important strategically, because it takes away the option of white to play the knight to e2 and d4.
So we have this position.
And black's queen side is frozen. So there's nothing will happen in 100 years on the queen side, and white can very, very slowly even play things like, rook a3, b4, king c1, king to b2, move the knight, play c4, and go back, etc. Just, of course, bishop comes to f6. So, but I think the rook on a1 is going to a3 at some stage.
Defending the knight. Can also play against this.
Yeah, you could play rook b3 at some point. It could be super annoying, actually.
So we are quite optimistic about Nils' position.
I believe objectively that white is better here, but I think that Rapport might be happy anyway.
Yes, because there is a lot of tactic.
Yeah, and it's very it's messy, and he's really thriving in these kind of situations. But Nils is just incredibly strong. So
we'll see.
Yeah, maybe Nils would play bishop c7 queen, or sorry, Richter would play bishop c7 queen d8. But they're quite, I mean, I think just b4 there. Does it change anything?
You want to play this and this. You want to go after this.
Yeah. Because it's also hard for white to do something on the king side. So white's idea is to freeze the king side. Not maybe at some stage we could play something like bishop d3 and g4, but I don't really see it happening. I think white's idea here is to make the king side a position where nothing ever happens, and then do things on the queen side.
In the long run.
Yeah.
But it should be, you have to be very careful.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Super hard position to play for both sides.
Okay, we go back. a6, knight e4. He moved the knight.
Maybe it's brilliant. Knight coming to g6. If white's pieces are badly coordinated. So once again, and now bishop d6 is there. Yeah, you would normally want to play something like bishop g5 here. I think the awkward thing about this position is that do you want to take on f6? I mean
after this.
Yeah, exactly. It's like
no, not sure,
because we end up in a position where the knights have no squares to strive for almost in the position. These e6, f6 pawns, they're just perfectly placed to deal with white's knights and the bishop. But it's and
we are a pawn down. So we have to do something with white.
Knight g5. With idea to take on c8 and d6.
You want to sacrifice and then
Or
sacrifice.
take on f7, you know.
But let's say I put my...
Yeah, didn't you just come from there?
No, we come from here.
Ah,
So now I'm blocking the
yeah,
bishop.
yeah. No, that is just crap for me. I don't want that. It's a strong move. Really like it. And also like bishop g5, we can again go to d5 with a knight.
Yes.
So
I would be worried if I was white,
yeah,
actually, because I think it's difficult to find the way.
yeah, but it's like yeah, white's army is just calibrated towards nothing. And because the d5 square is also just ruins all the centralization that white has gained, and so unless you can get a knight to d6, c5, b6, one of these squares, and I don't see a way to do that. It's really hard to imagine what white is doing here. I really like black now. Yeah. So perhaps knight f6. I mean, we could play knight g6, or we could just play the knight to d7.
Could we play it?
Yeah. Knight e5. I mean, because you have to.
Yes.
Then bishop d6. How do we keep things under cover here? I think the answer is that we don't. It's just take on f8, f7.
Want to take?
I'm flailing here. Take an
Freestyling.
take an e6, yeah. I had worse ideas.
Yeah, of course. A lot.
That was not the answer I was looking for. But okay.
What's you want to take on f6?
How no, it doesn't work. This looks good enough.
Now you have some very nasty threats. And of course, it's very logical to jump forward.
We could also go with the other knight, so the f knight to d5.
Knight g6 was played.
Oh, okay.
Rather quick. So he's not afraid of this take on f6.
No, I would not have been either.
No. And now we cannot come to e5. But if we don't take on f6, what do we have?
Yeah, we probably must. Probably must take on f6. And then play something like, what about queen e3? Queen f4 maybe just.
There is no sacrifice.
No, I just did. There's a bind, so we can just.
Yeah, you don't take. You don't take it. The second time you don't take. That's the problem.
Exactly. Just play rook e8.
Yes. And now you have to be a genius.
Yeah. Queen rook d7. It's the genius move, but it's not good enough. Queen c8, something. Take on f7. No, it's getting really hard to believe. Yeah, we just.
Yeah, what shall we do?
No.
But
I'm following my rule. You always look at the most outrageous sacrifice
Yes.
first, because if you can get that out of the way, and you can often do it in a split second, then you
Yes.
don't have to think about it anymore. And often you get some information from thinking about it that means that it could work if something else was different. I write in my book about, I call this the reverse Keres method, because Keres has said that he always thought about a way to, or
Starting.
probably apocryphal, but he said that someone said that he said.
Yeah. If you can make a draw,
No, that if you
try to make a win.
no, but if you see a way to win a pawn, I try to see a way to win a minor piece, and if I see a way to win a minor piece, I try to see a way to win a rook, and if I see a way to win a rook, I try to see if there is a way to get a queen,
mate,
and if I can find is there a way to get mate, and I do it the reverse way. So it's like, can I sack the queen? Can I sack the rook? Can I sack?
Okay. Sometimes it works.
Yeah. Often it just gives you information that you use in other lines. Yeah. Good thing about taking on f6 is that bishop on d7 is a bit awkward, so maybe take. And now I have an idea here. So knight on d4 is no good anymore. So let's play knight c2.
I guess you go back.
And then knight d3. And next I'm going to play h4.
Yeah, you won't come here. But can I ignore? I want to move.
Then I play knight d4.
Knight
d4.
And you are going to...
I'm going to pretend that I have some kind of...
sacrifice.
So...
You start with sacrificing the queen.
Queen h.
Is that possible?
Can I play queen h5?
Yes.
First, because I have knight c6 and some take on e6 maybe. And that one. Yeah, that was hard. So, maybe just taken g3 just to stop the knight queen from coming to f4.
This was actually played, and also this move was played.
Okay.
What did you say? We said retreat. Should be normal to go to e7.
Yeah. The only reason to go to c2 is to put it on e3, but probably we need to play g3 at some point to stop that. Yeah. And probably on b7 we should play h4 immediately. I think that is
b5.
Yeah. So h4. And the problem now we need.
Yeah, because I have this as an answer.
Ugh.
If I get my bishop out and then can move my queen.
I don't like it.
It's defended.
So let's go back once more instead of h4. So knight d4, I said.
You want to play it?
Yeah, b5, knight d4. Bishop to there. And now I'm going to do something completely different. G3 is not the move you want to do here, but
not with this.
No, exactly. But we have, maybe we can play knight c6. maybe we just have to play knight c6.
Mm.
But yeah, black is most definitely slightly better here.
Yeah, he's still a pawn up.
Yeah. And I don't. This is not one of those positions where the bishop pair of different colors gives you more drawing options. Almost the opposite,
No.
because of the pawn structure and queens and rooks on the board, and f2 being weak and all that. So, but okay.
The game goes on,
Mm,
but
hopefully.
yeah, it's not easy to be
Mm.
white, at least.
No.
I think we take a short break and then we go on until the time travel is over.
Yes.
So we are back in 10 minutes.
Until the time travel is over.
Time travel, yeah, time travel.
Yeah. Let's do it.
So we are back following the second round of the TePe Sigeman chess tournament. We have some interesting games going on. Maybe this one is maybe not the most interesting, but it can be later on.
We both have a feeling that this position is not new.
No,
Well, a bit strange that they use so much time.
yeah.
So
Probably,
and I don't recognize the bishop on h6 in this position, but that might just be because my memory is crap.
yeah, and you don't look at these variations so often.
No, exactly.
Yeah. So what do we do with black? Because now you are getting out of the pin, so now there is a threat.
Yep.
And if you take, then there is a bishop against knight. So how do we defend?
I don't remember it. As a defender, I would probably surprised if you don't take on d1 because you just play rook d8.
Yeah.
So here, and now the question is what to do. So for instance, should we play something like knight e5 or knight a5?
Because you cannot take because of this.
Yeah. Knight e5, rook e1 is maybe a bit annoying.
So if we take this.
And if you take on g5, you take on e5, you take on h4, you take on e6, and then I play g3, and maybe that is microscopically better for white. Although even this should, yeah. But
you're rather white than black. So what? But take. There should be another move.
Knight d8 is one move.
Yeah, solid move.
Okay, maybe not so solid.
No, because this is annoying. If we go back.
Okay, king f6.
All problems are not over, at least.
No.
We like to play something active.
Because we could take on g5 and play rook g8. h6 is a bit too much.
I would be afraid, but maybe you want to play like this.
I need to go back all the way to this looks a bit too.
Yeah, maybe you can win the pawn or you can lose.
Yeah,
some very difficult to know.
I have a feeling that this is also even somehow.
Yeah.
Like the king doesn't come because we can't play h7, rook h6, but when we play knight d8 and king is coming to g7 eventually, so.
But no move is played, and he's thinking a lot. 70 minutes after 18 moves. So
yeah, I think the time, what do you say, the economy of time in this game is what surprises me most.
yeah, and that's also probably a sign that this is not
Yeah, but something is.
It's not as it
Yeah.
usually is in this variation.
I'm probably tricking myself into thinking that bishop h6 is not common here because I have a feeling that something should be not like it is usually. And then that is the move that I kind of, my brain picked out as being a
Strange move.
strange.
Okay, we go on to Lamy against Ivanchuk. It's another kind of game.
Yeah, and he played the other main idea for black here. So he played knight e4 instead of, we looked at b5,
immediately.
which is basically b5 is the move you want to play immediately if you can. But he probably didn't get it to work as well as he wanted to play knight e4 first.
Rook d1.
Yeah, because he was threatening to...
He wanted to defend this a little bit more. And now b5.
And now b5, so... Yeah.
And you...
And then
have to take...
have to take it. No. Yes, so we want to play take there and then play knight b5, probably.
Yes. And he took.
He just took.
Yes. So this is the current position. White to move.
Okay.
So what is he going to take on c3?
That looks nice for black. I mean, rook queen takes b5, bishop takes c3.
The rook is hanging.
And rook takes b... Oh, you can play rook b1. Sorry.
Can at least defend.
Yeah. Bishop f5. No. Okay, that was not great. So we probably need to take on b6 first instead then.
So this, you want to take on b6. You have to take with the rook because this one is...
Yep.
You can. But then, okay, you want to take with a rook.
Yep. And we need to go to either c4 or d. No, exactly. That is also
a5. Protecting.
Yeah. But maybe just rook b3 here.
Yeah.
I think that looks... Take on d8, rook a8.
Yes. Trying to pin.
Maybe slightly annoying. Actually, because we're threatening to take on d6. This kind of position might very well be about even anyways, but...
But here white is a pawn up at the moment, at least.
Yeah, and we have his knight d2 to e4.
Yeah.
No, this doesn't look good at all.
So he took.
And why is it not possible to take on b6 here?
With the rook.
With the rook, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't quite understand that.
Yeah, why not?
What is the reason?
It's very hard to understand why we cannot.
The rook a5?
Because now I can play c4.
Yeah.
Because now, okay, so. So this must be. Must be the reason.
And if we exchange everything on b5 now and take on c3,
we can take on d6.
We can take on d6.
I think. Because the rook is hanging.
That looks horrible for us. Yep.
So rook a5 is a good move because I would like to go here, but and now the rook is not hanging.
Yeah.
So he took immediately, and we have this position, white to move. Lamy.
You could play rook a5 again, but...
Yeah. Why not?
b4, take, rook takes b6. Because b5, yeah, if you get the knight to c4, then
Then I'm winning.
then it's going to be really awkward for black. But rook e4.
Coming here.
But we have rook a8 and
Tricky. Let's see. So what do we have? We have this position, white to move, and we can take on b5 if you want to immediately. We checked it.
yes.
Or you can play this rook a5. So I take. I like to take if it's possible. Should you take this one or this one?
Yeah, so if the bishop takes there, rook b1, you could play bishop b4 here, but I'm not happy about doing something like that.
Oh, what happened?
Leaving the long diagonal with queen like that. Something.
So how did we do?
What has happened here? Something has. Can you upload the position again, because it seems like something really
Something's going. Okay, I changed game.
It's going on here too.
Yeah, he restarted the computer up there. So.
Ah, okay.
You restarted the computer. That's horrible. How can you do such a thing?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have
us.
yes.
We
had this position with Niels.
Yep.
Queen f2 was the last move we saw. Bishop c7 was played.
We were both
I was
a bit surprised that he
wanted to exchange this
that
bishop.
fast, yeah.
But still, he did it. He took. Queen e7.
Yeah. Did he play king d2?
King d2. Yes, good. Rook ae.
And now he wants to continue with bishop c8 when he's got everything covered.
But he went for. He wants to exchange queens. So white is still playing against this knight.
So what happens? Let us see what happens on bishop c8 instead.
And you wanted to play this just to guard everything.
Just protect everything and then continue with queen f6 and g5.
Ah, you are still on this g5.
I am.
And then, of course, then this one can be hanging later on. Yeah. It's interesting.
So what devilish stuff does he have prepared against this? There must be something.
Could also be that queen d8 is even better. It's a possibility. Cannot be ignored.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we take a look. He played queen d8.
We have to, yeah.
Did he play bishop c4? We will see. Is this correct? Yes. So this is the position. Niels is down to 21 minutes against 35. And he's still playing against this knight. But this one could also be weak in an ending.
Yeah. Good. Agreed. To me, it was slightly anti-intuitive for you to exchange the dark 12 bishops. And it's slightly anti-intuitive for me, for black to exchange the queens here.
Yeah.
Because I feel that the black's queen side is frozen in a way that is clearly advantageous for white. But I feel that even though h6 is weak, that black will have to do some stuff on the queen side that he really didn't want to do. I mean, I think the only reason for the queen, it must be that he wants to play this g5, take on f4, knight h8, knight g6.
So how do you want to play it? Bishop c4 last move.
Yeah, okay, so at some point we will have to take that queen. It's now or at some day.
Okay, we just try.
Yeah. I mean, we could also, b7 was hanging there because d7 is... But okay, take, and we play g5. Let's just see how this plays out.
Okay, we should not take, because then the knight is in the game again. Should not allow.
The knight is misplaced now on c3. It needs better square, so maybe it's going to e3.
So want to go here.
Maybe it's going to... Maybe knight e2 is better, actually. So I want to take on f4.
With?
Yeah, the pawn.
Which one?
E-pawn.
Take back.
G4, rook e6. This is where I wanted the knight. I wanted rather to be on e2, because then I can go to g3, which would...
It would be nice.
Yeah. But here I can play rook e6 maybe, so...
So we have this. Bishop c4. To exchange or not, also a difficult question.
Yeah. Maybe it's just balanced somehow.
As always. Yeah.
I think psychologically it's really hard for me to evaluate this position, because I've gone from, you know, because of my experience, is like anti this move on h6, and now I'm falling over to the other side, so now I'm over positive about it to compensate for my earlier bias against it. So it's like bias is just being haywire all over the place for me.
We have to be objective.
Yes, it's really hard for me here. I'm struggling with objectivity more in this position than in most others.
Okay, we take Tan against, we had this position. I do it very quick to reach where we finished. This was played, what we talked about, and also knight e3, and also b5, and knight e4 also. What?
No, not possible.
That cannot be.
No.
What is this? Something is wrong. So now I understand where they have started.
Yeah.
So this is not the correct moves.
Bishop b7 must have been played there.
Yes. So something is wrong.
Or with bishop d7. No, sorry. Bishop b7.
Yeah, bishop b7 is only move. And this is not only. This is
knight c6. Bye.
So this. Okay, so
yeah.
Okay.
So she went for this position then that we said was slightly better for black.
So we didn't see the white.
No, and it's still the best thing white can probably do in this position. To play to hope that these pawns on the queen side. I would say that the reason why white goes for this is that always worse if we can get make one of these pawns on the queen side a bit weak, and we can exchange that off, and where our ability to hold the position later in the game is
yes.
Improved.
We don't lose an ending for this 3 with these double pawns.
Exactly.
So, but still,
queen c2 maybe.
we have to take a look at this position. Is this really the game, or is it?
That was our analysis. I don't.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not. But it feels strange if we just spit out what actually happened in the game.
Sometimes.
Yeah, that was my suggestion. So, okay. I'm a true Cassandra today.
Yeah.
If Black loses this. Don't go to that line. It's going to be horrible. Yeah, that's.
So is this pawn strong or weak? It's strong, I guess. Let me try just to see what's going on.
98.
And this, and now I don't. What is Black's plan? Is coming here, or what?
It's a good plan.
Because then I'm losing the pawn. King.
It's actually fine for white. Probably. Just go with king to, yeah, exactly. King c3.
Are we in time?
Going back all the way to mama. Take, king d4.
King g7.
I don't think you should. I think you should probably play knight c6 and then e5. Because after king g7, now king e5. This position I don't want to be black in. After king d6 now.
Yeah, because if I can play king e7 and give a check,
Yeah,
then it's made.
Yeah, exactly. But now, I mean, we get the king to c7.
Yeah, and it's dangerous at least. If we can avoid it, we do it.
Yeah.
Take this.
I think even the bishop. Maybe it's fine for black. I'm just feeling that knight c6 and just play e5.
But if like this,
yeah, and e5.
Yeah. Okay, maybe even if you can take one of these pawns, it will not be enough.
Now, if you knight bishop d5, now we can take the b2 pawn with the knight. So yeah, it should be, but it's probably a draw.
Yes.
Right.
So rook g8 played. This is the position, and white to play.
Can he be more ambitious with king c2?
Yeah, start with the king. Yeah.
Now king f6 would be a big mistake.
Because then h7 and check. So if we play this, big mistake, as you say, because now it comes with check.
And after king d7 we can't take because of knight d4 check.
Ah, so I put king on a bad square.
So it's, oops.
We cannot,
yeah.
So, okay, so we have to go.
Yeah, we have to play king c3 first. Then.
We have to be careful. So we want to come here.
King f6. King c3, yeah. Where do we go after rook c8, h7, yeah.
So maybe I should, because I cannot play e5, because it's pinned.
Yep.
Should I must be a draw somehow.
Yep.
But we have this position. h7 played. I know he will play rook h8 for sure.
Hopefully.
And then we would like to enter with a king. We would like to pressure this one.
Yeah, maybe king c2 is the best move here.
And then we would like to play this.
Ah.
It's already played. Very strong. And he played knight d8. Defending the e6 pawn. So now the king is free to
roam. Okay. So now
So what did we looked at
Yes,
this?
this. Maybe black would play b6 here.
Then you give a check,
So
and
I
I
can give a check. Yeah.
Could I
Let's
go-
back?
could I go the other way?
Yeah, maybe you can. That's annoying.
Trying to enter.
Yeah. Okay, that did not work out well.
No.
Mhm.
So let's say he goes
Mhm,
for a pawn.
mhm.
We wanted to play this.
Yes.
Maybe now. Or then
Maybe we can play knight f7 here.
because now we cannot enter.
Mm.
They are all protected.
Mm.
And rook e1, then you go back, I guess.
Yeah, I could play check on d8
Mm.
first, and then no, I could not. Sorry. Yeah, I need to go back.
So he will come here and they will take the pawn. And then we must.
It's probably dynamically balanced somehow. The weakness of black's queen side and b6 pawn and pawn a7. Or there could be some. I think it's more likely that there is something for white than that there is something for black.
Yes.
Because black is so passive. And it will take a lot of moves to get the pawn on a7.
Okay. Lamy, Ivanchuk. We had this position.
So take, and he played queen a5, as
So
we said, which is
yeah.
a really annoying move.
Because it's defense,
Yes,
and it
and there's
somehow also some
fine
top pin.
So rook, bishop f5
F5.
is going to e4 with that bishop, I guess.
Rook c1 to getting out of this.
So if we played bishop e4 now, then white maybe just play. I can play knight g5, for instance. It's not
So white is a pawn up.
Yeah.
Black has the bishop pair, but pawn is a pawn.
Pawn could be a pawn. Sometimes a pawn is not a pawn.
But in this case, I think I can count them.
I just hate that expression when you
Yeah.
say that something is something.
Yes.
Yes, of course, a pawn is a pawn.
You have to think.
Yeah.
Have to have your own thoughts. 22 minutes against 16. 21 moves made. And the pawn up.
Something like queen b8.
Yeah, stepping out of this pin, and maybe you can enter. Is it still this knight d2, knight c4?
Yeah, then we have bishop d3, and then rook a6 is a pretty decent threat.
You want to take my queen.
That was part of my...
Yep. So we should not should avoid bishop d3. So what do we do?
And on c4 we have bishop b2 if we are materialistically inclined.
This and this.
I'm not sure that it's a good idea, but...
you have to think about it, at least.
The knight on f3 is not well placed, so...
should be here.
And if we can't get it there, I mean, knight, you don't want it to go to e1, exactly.
I can start by moving my queen.
I think we probably should play knight d2 anyway, and on bishop d3 just play c4. And accept the fact that black after bishop b2 here gets something.
But this is a little sad to play like this with white.
The d6 pawn is still pretty weak, and I think that is enough to...
So you say this.
We might throw in g4 at some point, but I don't think it really improves our position.
I would like to move my queen
And
somewhere, but
if because it's Ivanchuk who is black, if you play g4, he's probably going to play bishop b1 or something like that.
yeah, I would be happy.
No, but bishop e4 looks good. I find it hard to see another move than knight d2 here. Bishop d3 and rook a6 is a serious threat. We cannot allow that. And
can I somehow move my queen? So
I think it's.
But they're still almost trapped anyway.
Yeah, it's very awkward.
But if I play this,
yeah,
my plan is gone forever.
Yeah, but the bishop is a bit lost in. But I think rook b2 here is annoying. With idea to play bishop e2. Now black has a lot of activity here. Knight f1. Then we can play bishop e2 maybe. d2. Take and queen b2. Oh,
yeah,
that's not. It looks.
You wanted to play, but I think.
No, you take like that. Sorry. I mean, the critical thing is to take the exchange. I mean, so knight d2, bishop d3, c4, bishop b2.
Queen b8 was played, by the way. Let's say this. This, and you can go for the rook.
And I'm thinking of something like, how is rook c3 here? But most of all, actually, I would like to play g4 because I don't. I want the bishop on f4 to be able to go back to g3. I want to have some air for my king. And I don't think black really can. There is queen b7 with idea to play rook a8 now. Maybe you can do it immediately even. Rook b7 here. Queen b7.
Queen b7. This is annoying.
You.
This is annoying.
Unpleasant in a very real way. Okay, knight f1.
I have to move my knight because I need a retreat. But what about rook b4? Maybe I can. Maybe I can take. So I have c7 then. Maybe not.
I was thinking f1. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, this seems to hold together. Maybe we need to play bishop b2 first, and it means that every time the knight goes to f1, we can take, and then we take on c1, and we are not better, but we are not worse. And now I think queen b7 is
it's a good idea.
Threatish. Yeah, or rook e7 even.
Yeah, it's the same idea. Like this. Yeah.
I think the problem with this move is that the moment you played f3 and e4, black has a counterplay against those pawns with f5, and your knight is so badly placed. It is like it's so far away from a good square, and so I would not have this as one of my candidate moves unless I was desperate. And the reason is because you need to think about where the piece is going next. And I agree that you solve this problem with being able to kick the bishop on, but actually the bishop is quite good on c8, for instance. It can come to a6. or it can go to d7, and when you play e4, f5 comes, all black's pieces are very active, and your knight on e1 is just stepping on the toes of all your other pieces. So you see what I mean? Yeah. No, but that's why the reason why I'm looking at knight d2 again and again and again, and the only other move I was thinking about was actually g4, with idea of the bishop e4 to play knight g5, but then actually bishop b1. This is the reason why I didn't want to play this line. Maybe queen a1 here. This might be the best we have. And if the big bishop moves in the other direction, I mean, it might go to c8 also, because we have this rook a6 threat again. And now maybe we are not happy about having played. No, we have queen takes c5 after rook a6 when the bishop goes c8. Ouch. Ugh. So then this is just very good for white, I think. So g4. G4 is, I have two candidate moves here. G4, knight d2, because no other moves actually improve white's pieces. And a move like bishop g3 would stop us from playing g4 at some point. The knight is not on knight h4. We move a bishop, and the knight has to go back anyway. The rook can't go to b1. c3 pawn is weak. Was queen a2 played?
Yes.
Ah,
There was another move.
there was another move.
There always is.
And the idea?
The idea? That's not totally clear.
I don't like this move. So this is the move that, and my weakness as a chess player is that I sometimes miss moves that are like not. I look at the beautiful or what you say, coordinative moves first, and sometimes I miss good moves that are not like that. But for me, queen a2 seems like a move that you don't want. I think the idea is for rook b2 to play queen a1, and then you're threatening to take on d6. So you're kind of but what happens if I play queen b3 here with idea bishop takes d6, rook a2? Then now we have knight d2 with a tempo on the queen. So that, yeah, so that is the point. Still don't like it. So if we play so rook b2
Here.
and
No,
I play,
there is
yeah. So I play rook c2.
I take. And I move my rook.
And I play bishop e4. And you're not happy. Now you're.
Now I'm
pretty
going
bad.
for this knight e1 again.
Yeah.
And I will take all this.
Yeah, I'm going to play queen b3 and
Yes.
pick up your d pawn. And then.
Yeah, it's not. So I have to let you take on f3 somehow. You can just take and take. I would like to enter and go for this one, but it's not so easy to achieve.
Yeah, but maybe queen a2, it aims to bring the queen back. And that is very logical, of course. Yeah, and then rook b6 and we can go to e2. That's smart. That would be a clear improvement. Okay, so queen a2. Let's go back once more. So what happens if we just play, let's say, Queen B7? I want to start doubling things.
I should probably move my queen maybe immediately.
I play Rook A8. Or
But
it's E4, then yeah. Okay, I play Bishop E4.
Now it's hanging, sadly. Yeah, now this pawn. How do we defend it? I don't want to play C4. I don't want to.
But I think still, I think black has enough compensation for the pawn, but white should be fine. I felt knight e2 was the most ambitious move, and because if it forces black to take an exchange on c1, then the combination of the weakness of black's king and yeah, okay. But okay, it was played. Let's not dwell on the past.
We have this ending.
Yep. King c3.
We'll see. I think like this. Where did we were something like this. King c2 was played.
Yeah.
The knight went back. b4. What? b5. I want to take away this knight. c6 probably. This knight on h8.
He wants to take the pawn on f4.
Yeah. The second knight reaching h8 today. So this is the position right now. Knight h8 played with 1 minute 26 seconds for 10 moves against half an hour. But he has a plan.
Oh yes.
And we are not entering with a king at all. It stopped.
It's a bit annoying. Can he play Rook G1 now?
Rook G1. Because if I play Knight G6,
I'm going to take
E6. I can show this variation, this, and I cannot take with a rook because of this. I cannot take with a king.
But you can play Rook E7. I think that is annoying.
Then
Rook E7 instead.
Instead of
Knight G6.
Yeah, okay.
So, but then I play Rook G8, take with a rook, and then Rook E8. I think this looks...
Yeah, then it's a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, this looks good for white.
So let's see, Rook G1 maybe. So what to do? Because this is a big threat, I think. To do.
Now it's black. Did he play Rook G1?
No, he has not moved yet. This is a position.
But black's time started going.
Ah, okay. Let's see. Yes, Rook G1 played.
Play Rook.
So now he has 1 minute to figure it out. Is this only?
but it's not good.
No,
I mean, I think white is much better there.
we have to. We'll take a look
Yeah,
again.
so there.
The knight is hanging.
Mhm.
We cannot move it. We have to
Exactly.
take.
Exactly.
And you play this.
And the
which is-
question is, should we give a check first?
I want to include this one.
No.
Or what do you want to give?
I mean, if black is going to make a check here,
Ah, sorry.
or 96, just maybe just 96.
I should go for this one. You
Rook takes, king g7, and we play rook c6 or something like that.
I will take.
No, sorry, we play bishop d3 here.
This is very tricky.
Ouch. Ouch. Ouch, that was not a great idea. Now I have to play king c4, which is also... No, it's okay. Sorry, that was my bad.
At least it wasn't not winning.
Yeah.
But is this the only... he has played something. Rook e7 played. Rook h1 played.
Okay.
King g7. So this is the position right now. So if I play rook e1 back, then the king goes back probably. Okay, we take a look at Niels against Rapport. We left... When did we leave? We had this. No, it's other moves than we had before. I understand why I have started the computer again.
Queen d8 was weird. Thank you.
So if this is the correct...
Very weird move, yes. So this,
I
now it makes sense what black is playing.
So this was the move. So Niels took on e7. And you have to take back. Want to take with a rook or with a queen?
I'd say with a rook.
And yeah, I take back the normal move. This knight is still dead. And now the white king is totally safe, always. So there is nothing happening. And this one is hanging.
Yeah, black will need to play bishop c8 at some point, I think.
Do you want c8?
Yeah, rather c8 when rather square. Question is, should we play queen f2? There is also now rook c7, rook c5 in some lines. So queen f2, rook c7 could be slightly annoying.
I want to go for this. And it's now that we need to enter and giving mate. At least we see some point with his pawn. Finally.
Yeah.
But the position is, let's see, it took, and he has not played yet.
Yeah, it would seem strange to take with a queen, because after take with a pawn... Okay, you can again play bishop c8 actually, and then with idea queen e3.
But I play this.
Okay, that was awkward.
Yeah, you want the you want the queen on f6.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah.
So why is he thinking? And it could not be a draw, for we should mention. You cannot offer a draw until move 40. is played.
Yep.
Okay, we take a look at. Oh, a lot of things has happened.
Mm.
What did we have?
Mm.
Took. This was.
Yeah.
This is turn against Erdogmus. Queen e5 was the last move we
Yeah.
saw. G3.
Yeah.
You have
Taking
to
some dark squares. Sensible. Very sensible.
killing knight for the moment. Bishop
Bishop
c5.
C5. Ah. Yeah.
Rook d5.
Yeah. Yeah. You have to do it.
Yes. And now
I think it's a sensible move. I mean, obviously, why black should be winning here, but if black gets to take on e3 with the bishop, then it's you have no, there's no hope in this position. Possibly no hope either, but
knight e5.
yeah, going down with the flag in the top.
Yes.
or
So
so
this
to say.
is the current position,
Mhm.
and we are on exchange down. White is an exchange down, I should say.
Mhm.
But there is double pawns. Okay, he wants to exchange queens. Very natural.
Mhm. Yeah, you want to take on e5.
But I don't see the follow up.
No, but you have to do it anyway. You have to take on e5. Just pretend that, because if you get one more pawn, I mean, if you can, I mean, this is completely losing. So I'm not saying that, but white just needs some kind of tricks here, and I think the best tricks that are to be had is after rook takes e5 here, because the knight is just too strong.
Let me try a slow. What? Queen. Ah, she played queen f5. She wanted to exchange queen, but on without.
Yeah. I would have taken after 2 seconds on e5.
Yeah, okay. We take a look because I want to see.
What-
I also want to see your next move.
And take on e5.
Yes.
Hmm.
2 exchanges down.
2 exchanges down, but I got a pawn, so black is 3 pawns up. And what I'm saying is that, you know, if at some point I get to exchange off those pawns on the queen side, then it's with me some technical problems for black to win.
Yeah, and you have a good knight.
Yeah.
I agree.
This is a position that where you're still playing to somehow be in the game.
Okay, queen f5 was played,
Mm.
and black is thinking.
After something like, I think rook g1, and you still have to, you know, because you can't, rook g1, and you have to take on e5. So, and you should have done that the last move, because now queen h6 check is going to be much more trouble. So I think it's a mistake. Queen f5 is a horrible move. You can't play like that. You must take on e5.
Let me try take.
H takes.
And this.
Yeah, but this is just easily losing.
In the long run, maybe. Yes.
King g7 just.
I pick it up.
And checkmate.
Ah, sorry. Very good point.
Yeah. No, but you must take on e5. You can't. I mean, queen f5. It's just it's obviously a sensitive tempo sensitive.
Okay, I take. So I take now.
Yeah, and I take. No, I take on e5.
Yeah, but then we have the same.
No, we don't, because now I have checks that are much more dangerous. Yeah.
I agree.
I can force the exchange of queens with queen h6, queen g7. And then it's just game over. But if I take on e5 immediately, then you have to play rook g1 first, and I have a time to play knight g4 maybe.
So this is the way.
It's just that after queen f5, if you don't want to exchange queens, you don't go to another square where queens can still be exchanged and where you're not headed somewhere. It's completely logical.
Rook g1 was played. rook d4 was played. So have to. We need a rook to defend the king.
Yeah, maybe it's going to f4. Okay, this
Hmm.
this is not completely senseless, at least. I agree. That was a good move, and I missed that.
Take a quick look at Ivanchuk because he is so low on time. We had this queen a2, queen b7,
like we thought.
knight d2, rook a8, queen c4. That was one square. Rook a3. Played with around a minute. How many moves have they played? They have played 24.
I still think the position is.
Yeah, black is very active.
Yeah, it's probably should be fine somehow.
Yeah, but with 1 minute.
It's agreed. Maybe queen a2 was brilliant. I find more and more these days that every time I criticize something, it turns out to be brilliant.
So maybe you should play these moves.
Yeah,
I criticize.
yeah.
So what happened in this? It was a draw. In this game, it finished like you said, rook g1, rook 8. Yeah.
So let's just see this line with where the rooks was still on g1. Let's just look at it like 2 seconds. So here after rook e7, rook g8.
Yeah. So it was.
Yeah. Rook takes h7. Rook there. Yes, and the knight goes to g6. We take with check. King g7. We play something like rook c6 here instead. Something like that. Just let's see what happens then.
But how should it ever win?
Well, I think the a7 pawn is super weak. So rook c7 check. Take on h7. King d4, and I go up, and my bishop. I think only black can be worse here, and significantly so. Am I wrong?
Can I just follow you? But then I have a5 at the end. So you want to run?
I mean, the bishop on c4 is ideally placed to deal with that knight. At least I think it's more risky for black. I could be wrong. He probably calculated something.
Yes.
Yeah, much deeper than we looked now. So
we move on.
Yep.
Lamy, no move. Grandelius, he took
still thinking, or
no, there must something.
Okay, yes. He took with a queen.
He took with a queen. He took back.
And what is he doing now? He's gonna play knight d8, a queen. And queen
in f6, because now we cannot take because we can exchange.
But how is this?
Queen g8, rook knight d8.
It's wonderful.
Back, back. So what do you think? Do you see this move?
Okay, yes. Let's just have a moment
of silence. Yes. Queen f6.
Yeah, but I don't think he's going back again. I don't think he will draw this.
I would say I'm completely sure. I think the game will end in 20 seconds. But I'm not sure. But you want to
play queen h4, for instance? Either I want to play queen h4 or I want to exchange on f8. I don't see how this can be anything but at least slightly better for white.
Yeah. And that's also the reason why.
And maybe even a lot better. because bishop d3, knight d2, knight d4. Ugh.
Can I force you to exchange? And then coming with a king.
Yeah, maybe.
Is there another way? Let's say this.
Mm.
Okay, let Nils think about this.
Mm.
I think he will take the draw, but you never know. We have this rook h4 was the last move.
d4.
King h8 played. And white is thinking.
Mm.
An exchange down.
Yeah, you need to play rook h4 and then bishop c2, something like that.
You want to come here.
Mm. Yeah, still not 100%.
You don't have to resign yet.
No. There is maybe something like after rook h4, maybe take. Maybe we should. Maybe we play rook g8 first. Because then we can take on g6.
Yeah, and there is some sort of pin.
Yeah, exactly. So.
But okay.
Probably leave black better again anyway. Okay, suppose we take on f5 and then play knight f3.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not so clear.
It's not mate.
No. Okay.
So we have this position right now.
Yeah.
10 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black, 10 more moves to make. Black is exchange up, close to winning, probably. Okay, we have to take a look at Nils again. Is the game still going on? No, it's not. It's a draw.
I have a feeling that white should somehow still be better here. But how and why?
We will ask Nils when he's coming.
Well, yeah, I think I was thinking bishop b3 with idea bishop a4.
So what, you want to play this move?
Yes.
Sorry, it's black to move.
Yeah, so knight f7. I want to play there. And then I go to b6.
And if I take the pawn,
I'm going to play bishop a4.
I take. I move my rook somewhere.
And I'm going to play. It doesn't work. Doesn't quite work.
I want a pawn. black as well.
Yeah, yeah,
And we'll go back again.
yeah. Okay,
Defend.
yeah. No,
Okay,
great.
we will ask
Mm.
if Nils is coming. We will normally he will come and show his game.
Mm.
So we have this Ami against Ivanchuk. We had this position.
Mm.
Rook a3 was played. Knight e4.
Mm.
Going for this one.
Mm.
Exchanging queens. Defending. Now the knight is hanging, so I have to move.
Mm.
Bishop move. And this is the position.
Mm.
6 minutes against 1. Still a pawn up for white.
Mm.
But how do you convert this pawn? It's not easy at all. E4 play.
Did play that.
So now what about this knight? You have to... Who is going to play? No, what is he going to play? Is he going to play e5? Is my question. And then bishop e3 and knight e4.
That looks very dangerous.
h5 played.
Maybe he can play e5 anyway.
We try.
Mm.
Take. I guess. I thought like this.
Yeah, but okay, now we must play f5 to stop the knight from coming to e4.
We take.
And rook b3 maybe, or b2, or b3.
So now we have good pawns, but the knight is very bad.
Yeah. And, we have another. We have moves like bishop h6 and h4 and rolling the pawns. This seems like, I think this is still very unclear.
Yeah, I agree.
But maybe just knight f1.
Trying to reach the square again.
Yes. Black should, and if f5 now, we can just play knight e3 and then knight c4.
If it takes, we come here.
It's not a... No, black is under pressure.
Because this is not... This is defensive, to have a rook. To try to defend this d6 pawn. You would like to rook to attack this one.
But h5 was also a very good move because it aims to dislocate white's knight, and it gives the king a very important square sometimes on h7. If there is a problem on the back rank, it could be a big problem for black otherwise. So on a move like rook a3, we can play, for instance, rook b1, which is, without h5, it would be very, very annoying.
Rook h4, rook a4 played with 3 seconds on the clock. It was played.
And that's a good move.
Hitting this one, and behind the pawn there is a bishop.
So we have moves like...
Yeah, we have f3, of course, is one move. We have knight d2.
Knight d2. Knight d2 seems the most logical.
Defending.
But f5 is a possibility now.
There is this pin.
And it's dangerous to play c4 in such a position because giving the bishop access to the d4 square is then the combination of d4 square with pawns rooks coming to b2 and a2 is it's not a happy thought for white. So what did he play?
He played rook a4. He played knight d2. f5 was played.
And he needs to play something.
I think. Let's check so I don't. No, f5 was played.
Yeah, so probably we have to play. I think
defend.
f3 is.
Can defend with the rook.
Because
should I defend with the rook? But there is still the same pin, although always. But I don't like f3. It will be very weak. Say this.
So take on e4. You're going to.
I want to take with the rook. Was my plan.
Okay. Yeah. It's not threatening anything, so we have a move.
Yeah, black has a free move almost, but I don't know what to do with it.
No, me neither. Maybe it's a Pyrrhic victory.
Yeah, maybe rook you. Let's take a check because we have type trouble. We have to see what has happened. The queens are gone. We have this rook h4, took, bishop took. Now we have a big threat. Defended. Bishop went back, giving the square for the knight.
You could have played rook h6. What would have happened on rook h6 here? Because knight g6, then we have knight g4. On the other, you can just play rook a1 here, probably. Just start munching things.
This rook on h6.
But we have this knight f6 followed by knight e8 idea.
And I'm back and forth. Okay, we will check. She played bishop e4.
Because she wants to.
Rook e1 played.
That's a good move.
Yeah. So this is the current position. 6 minutes against 2.
So b4, I guess. We have idea to go to b7 and pick up something.
You want to play this to block so you can collect.
Yep. Because if I can get the position with, I mean, black's pawns on the king side make winning more difficult than in normal. We also have rook f4 maybe.
This rook on g7 is also.
What is rook f4 instead?
Let's say we have this. You want to play this move.
Yeah. Because rook e2, take on f6, take on b7. Take on ace. We could play f4 first. But then rook e2 is annoying.
Because you take on a6, take on f2. Still, there is some.
Yeah, there is some
tricks still going on. Let's see. Rook e1 was played. Rook f4 was played. I think. Let's see if it really was. Yeah, rook f4. 1 minute for black, but I already on move 36. So it's.
It seems also like the materialistic choice that she did when she played queen f5 that I was so very critical of. It has turned out well, so maybe
H5. She's playing for Although he is playing for some sort of
Knight G4.
knight g4 attack.
Mm.
Okay, let's try. I want to take.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess you want to.
Yeah.
What else?
Knight G4.
Rook is hanging. I cannot take.
Yeah.
Was my bishop?
Yeah. You need to play something like bishop. Ah, it's hanging.
Rook is hanging.
Okay, rook F5.
Maybe just take.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Exchange up.
Mm.
Long game, but winning for black.
Mm.
So h5 was played.
Mm. Okay, alternative 2 is knight d5. There's also rook.
It's not fun.
No, it's not.
Okay, we
It's a
take.
very, very good move.
Yes.
Probably. H5.
Yeah. Okay, we take a look at Lamy. We had this position. F5 was the last move. C4 was played. So giving up.
That was the move I wanted to avoid.
Yeah.
Maybe it's good. Anyway.
Bishop entering. Rook b1. Rook b4. 1. Bishop d4.
I'm just going to take with the pawn.
Pawn, yes. So now this one. Okay, e5 was played. And now it's 2 minutes against 1. And you have to, I guess you have to take it.
Yeah. G5 doesn't work.
Okay, you have
E6.
Yeah.
I think that is not a happy situation, no? So, yes, we have to take, like you said.
With the pawn. We have to take.
This feels difficult for black.
He took.
I think Irvin has played very well. I mean, very well. Also, considering how good Ivanchuk's results have been lately.
But maybe this for because
C5.
we can take maybe. Would you take?
You may take a B6.
Take and b7, yes. So I cannot take because of this, and this one is running. Bishop c3 was the last you want to.
And when c5, rook b5 is the move, I think.
No, the rook is hanging.
So, and c6 is what I wanted to play. Take on c6. And that I take on d7, but okay. And rook d1.
1, yes. If I take, you want to play bishop f4.
That's
Might be winning.
Might be winning, yeah. Probably winning because the king is on the back.
Yes,
right?
yeah.
Right?
But let's see. The position is like this.
It could also
c5 was played.
He could also just have gone back to F and then B3, sorry.
Rook B5 was played.
Mhm.
And now it's white to play.
Mhm.
Is it C6? What
I was
else?
thinking C6, bishop takes C6.
I want to take.
And then take on D2. But C7 and then just rook D1 wins.
Have to play this.
That is winning. Yep. That is GG.
So C6 should be the move.
But maybe we can just move the bishop. Because
take, and then
take on E5. That is better.
Yeah, because you take with check. And this is
that looks fine actually.
And now white is also low on time.
And now we moved.
Now I move and we played C6.
It's probably going to be that line that we just looked at when.
This. Will this finish in a draw? Take. So this is a draw, I think.
Yep.
This is one way it could finish, but we don't know. C6. No, it took on D5. What did we say? Shouldn't we?
No.
What didn't we say we should
take on D7?
Maybe you can take with no, it cannot. What happened? So what have we missed? Let's say this, this.
B3.
B3.
Bishop C3. Rook takes D7.
And we cannot take. And this you can even have problem to make a draw.
Yeah.
Took. Take. Took with the bishop. Played bishop D6. Fantastic move. Winning move. Is it? Because you have this check.
Nice.
You cannot take the rook because of G8.
But I think this position is a draw, right? After take. No, to take on D6 and King F7, take, and Bishop C3. You don't think so?
Yeah, maybe. Could be.
Because of activity of a king.
Mm.
It feels like it should be a draw.
What's nice for white is that this was move 40, so he has a lot of time, and black should make a move now. And this bishop D6 could be a shock.
Yes.
Probably it is. So what did you do? Nothing. I took. Yeah. So it will be this ending. And what about the other game still going on in the time trouble? We have this after What did we have? We have this, this. H5 was the last move. Played rook H4, King G8, took.
Mm.
So 1 pawn back. Good.
Mm.
Rook E2,
Mm.
Knight D5, took and defended.
Mm.
Played Bishop F5, and this was, and then Knight F3. This was move 40, and now there is a very big threat. How do we defend? how do we defend?
Knight G4. There is check and then Knight G4.
That was very lucky.
But it's not lucky enough because rook takes B2 is.
And what about knight?
G1 King H4 takes.
Takes what? But if we play it like this,
Yeah, that force is taking. Yeah,
it has
that's.
this one we can play, but it's still
No, this is
should
just,
be winning.
It's just winning. Yeah. Too many pawns on the other side of the board.
She played G4. What? She's fighting.
What about knight G5? Take on F5.
Rook takes G5.
Sorry?
Rook takes
F5, yeah.
G5.
Me just yeah.
Okay. That's not optimal. Maybe black is still winning there because no way to protect the A2 pawn.
Is there a threat? Can we just maybe take a pawn? There is a threat or what?
And the rook is going to be hanging on G7 after taking H5, knight takes.
So how do you? Yeah, but I thought maybe you can take.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Maybe. Okay, so what do we have now? They are thinking. Yes. Should we
Shall let Nils? I'll take a break.
Yes. We let Nils show his game.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm very curious about the position.
Yeah,
Yes.
final position also. Yeah, many.
Yes.
Well, the whole game in fact is very complicated.
Let's see. That's the wrong game. Draw.
Yeah.
So how long
Yeah.
are we in preparation?
I mean, it's a bit of a rare line, this A4 move. It looks a bit weird to advance on both sides, but so the black pieces are getting quite poor. I'm not sure if this has been played, but it was. I had checked it. So it's a very strange position. You can move probably like 4 or 5 moves more. H6, G6, Bishop E3, F5, A5. All this is relatively likely to happen, I think. Bishop D7, Queen D2, Knight F7, F4. I mean, somewhere around here, it's very hard to predict what moves will be played for both sides. But yeah, it looks strange. But the point is that the knight on F7 is completely stuck.
Yes.
It like cannot really get out for the rest of the game. So. Yeah, I probably should not allow that rook E8 here. I should have played probably King D1 first. Wait for Bishop F6 and only then play F4. That was... but I completely missed rook E8, the idea. But yeah, in general, I was thinking that we would get some position like this on King D1. the queen on c8 or e8 or maybe even on e7. Yeah, queen f2, bishop c7 probably also doesn't make too much sense because queen e7 immediately and try to take on b6 in one move.
Do you have to play bishop?
No, I also don't have to play it. I can
No.
play something like rook a3.
Mm.
But it's also like, depending on what he does, maybe I want king d2, rook e1, like in the game. And king d2 immediately might be a bit... I mean, it might be possible, but it also feels a bit early. But yeah, could also be an alternative.
But next move if you do...
Queen e7 anyway, so like, and that's
okay.
what he did in the game.
Yes.
So I cannot really... I don't know, I can also maybe play something like b4, but it feels a bit risky. So I thought bishop b6 at least, it makes sense. Takes, queen e7. And now I was quite happy to find this king d2, rook e1 setup. Okay, it makes a lot of sense. And probably here he should do something else, I guess. I mean, some rook c8, rook c5 maybe, or try something like that. Because it felt a little bit slow what he did.
So I think you should play like this.
And maybe rook c5, yeah. Very hard to say. Also not so clear what he's doing on c5. Maybe I can play like the same moves as in the game. But with the rook on c5, maybe he can even try queen d8 and try to trade queens. Not sure. Okay, rook a8, it's a bit, yeah, I'd say quite lazy. It's how you play in Blitz. But
yes.
But rook e1, bishop c8.
What would that be if you just play bishop d3 here?
Yeah, also makes sense. I wasn't sure what the difference is. I could also have done it on the next move. Here, I went to c4 for no clear reason. I mean, it probably just makes more sense to put it on d3. It's simply a better square, I guess. Because if he plays e4, that's like strategically quite dubious. Even just very bad. I mean, he would never play it now, but I would at least have to think about it all the time. Queen f6. Yeah, but I should anyway play king c1, and we get something similar to the game. But in the game, I really cannot I cannot explain my move queen f2. That was a bit of a... I thought he's going to play g5. That's his idea, and then I need the queen on the king side. That was my sort of general reasoning. But in fact, even after g5, the queen is much better on b6 because...
So what should you play?
King c1 immediately, just like in the game. And if g5, I think I can even play... I mean, many things, but even a move like king b1 makes sense. And the queen is very useful on b6. Like if he takes now, for instance, I can just take on g5 and d6 is hanging. So I think the queen is simply much better. I also realized and immediately went back on the next move to b6. So here, I don't know. I think it's very risky for black because, okay, you can, for instance, take and play g4 or something like that, but the king is so weak. And I mean, probably I would have taken on e8.
To continue with knight h8 and knight g6.
Yes. No, I was expecting him to do it. And of course, after queen f2, it's just an improved version. So he should definitely try g5, I think. But yeah, he went for bishop d7, which is... yeah, now bishop c8, I can come back. Yeah, I realized that...
okay,
no, queen f2 was also... I mean, it's sort of intending knight a4, knight b6. Because if the knight comes to b6, it's also kind of over. But I was not... Like g5, knight a4 feels a bit slow. I need king c1 first.
So he wanted to stop.
Yeah, queen b6 now. Yeah, by now I had realized that if bishop c8, I should go to c1.
Yeah.
But okay, after rook e7, I gave him a couple of moves, but it doesn't really matter too much, I think. Yeah. Because it's very hard for him to do anything after king b1. So, I mean, he can play g5, but I think it's simply too risky.
What do you do?
I don't know if I have to do something special. Like, what is his next move is another question. King a2 maybe? Just to get it out of the way. Just once it opens up, the king will be so weak. And also b7 is hanging all the time. So, yeah, I don't know. So I think probably what he should do is just sort of wait. And I was not sure. Like, for instance, here, bishop c8. Okay, I wanted to play king a2. But now if he makes a waiting move,
Knight d4 here.
maybe
With a knight c5.
knight c5. I didn't see this at all. And after knight,
Or king f2. Or queen f2.
yeah. So bishop d7 probably after knight a4 has to be played. Knight c5 and back again. And but then you come to e6. Yeah, that's very bad. That's very, very bad. I cannot allow it. So probably, yeah, but maybe it's not even that easy to wait. I was expecting him to wait, but yeah, not so clear how. I mean, rook c8 actually I was expecting also on the previous move. Don't know how big of a difference it makes. Like rook c8, bishop b3, rook c5.
Mhm.
But yeah, king b1 again, and not so clear. But
Just moving the
yeah.
queen out of the way.
I don't know.
But then,
But then again, it will be hard to make progress, I think.
yes.
But yeah, I think as soon as black does anything, he will weaken his position. So,
instead,
but he went e takes f4, a bit of a sort of impulsive decision. Suddenly he just took, as he also said after the game. Suddenly I just took.
Yeah.
Yeah, takes g takes f4, and it looks like I'm very close to after queen takes
Why doesn't he take with a rook?
because he wants to attack h6, I guess. No, I mean if I can reroute the knight.
It seemed very dangerous to let the queen.
Yeah, also true. But then the pawn on h6 is hanging, so it was a bit of a concrete. Because here after g takes f4, I'm not sure what move to play. Like bishop c8, let's say. And now, for instance, bishop d3. With ID knight e2, knight d4.
Somehow.
I mean, possibly also knight a4 can be my next move. It's just he needs to do something fast, I think.
Yes.
Because as soon as my knight joins the game, I'm much, much better. That's why he took with the queen. Queen d4, and it looks strange, yeah, because I'm getting the long diagonal, but it's quite concrete, I think, because of the queen f8, my pawn is actually hanging. And yeah, I mean, I can also do other things. Like here, I can also place queen f2 or queen d2, because then he also cannot take. The queen f2 probably makes more sense, but he goes rook e7, and now it's again hanging.
Because if it takes now, you can always...
I can go, yeah, exactly.
Is it possible to play that where you just with the queen on b6, and if he takes on h6, you just take it and take on d6?
I didn't...
Because your king is so...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there are many ways to, many tempting ways. This also can be an idea for sure.
But okay, you need the knight to get to the...
And it's like if my knight was on a good square, I would be like more or less strategically winning. But the question is if I'm reaching it. This also okay. Queen f8, queen c7, something like this. Yeah.
Just d6 and knight d5.
No, very interesting also. And also yeah, but queen f2 also possible. But of course, the most critical should be to take on f8 because then I'm getting my knight. By the way, maybe knight h8 is better because of that. Because now king takes, knight a4, he can play king e7 and defend with king d8. And I should, I mean, with the king on d8, I should be better here, but like rook e3 is coming, knight f7, both the f and h pawn are hanging.
Bishop d3.
Yeah, bishop d3, rook e3.
Knight c4.
Ah, knight c4 is winning. Okay, knight f7 first, let's say. Knight f7 instead of rook e3.
Sorry?
I don't know. Like, also here, if I could play after knight f7, king d2, would also be more or less no counterplay, huh? But
You're not in time.
I don't know. The thing is that maybe I am in time. Just in a way that I didn't find. It would not be so surprising if I'm... But I mean, also this, he went to d8 with the knight. But I think this is more solid. Not sure, I mean...
So when he went to d8...
Yeah, to d8, yeah. So I should take on f8. King takes.
Sorry?
And I think here in general, I mean, if he gets bishop d7, there is certain counterplay. Like bishop d3, let's say, bishop d7. I can bring my knight now, knight e2. let's say something like king f6, knight d4, king e7, knight d4, or king f6. Yeah, and here I was during the game thinking mainly like knight f3 that I get this bind, but after knight f7 he kind of breaks out. But in fact, maybe just some b4, c4, push everything. Could be that I'm doing quite well. I didn't.
Seems like good position.
Black is coming.
It's hard to say. I mean, because suddenly Black's king, my whole game, my king was much better in any ending, and now his king is much better. So. But knight a4 is the critical, of course. And now there is this move b5. A takes b5, rook e4. And I simply had no clue what was going on. Again, I have a feel it might be very good for me. But it might also be very nice counterplay. b3, rook takes f4. So, I mean, now we are both winning. I'm clearly winning on the queen side. But also, like, he can simply push the g-pawn.
Yeah, clearly lost on this side. But
yeah. But maybe I'm winning faster than he wins. And then my position is probably winning, yeah. But
that's your move, even.
Yeah.
H3, rook c3.
Yeah, maybe like this. I mean, also there is king b2, knight c3, and attack the a-pawn.
Rook a1.
But I simply was not sure, like because this also is quite easy to play for black. Just push the g-pawn. But okay, if I'm faster, I'm faster, and then the game is more or less over. Yeah? But if he's faster,
then the game is.
I mean,
over.
No, maybe I can start to try to stop his pawns and play slowly. But I could easily.
Go wrong.
Can happen. So I was not sure, but it's no. If not for this b5 move, I mean, I would take, because yeah. Then if I'm like, I don't know about b5, but let's say it works.
So where were f6,
knight d8, yeah, takes, king takes.
king takes.
I mean, let's say if knight a4 b5 works, which I have no clue whether it does, then I should play something else. But then it was not clear at all to me what the proper evaluation should be. I mean, I would probably then play something like this, bishop d3 and knight d2, knight d4. But I mean, maybe I'm better, but it was not. Bishop d7, I think really should be played there.
This.
Yeah. I simply was not, because it looks very nice, but my king is quite far, and
so you have to come back.
I'm here, king c1. But I don't know. He will push like king to f6, knight f7, push g5. He has a passed pawn. I don't know. I guess also here I'm probably better, or it wouldn't surprise me at least. But this one is completely not under control, I think.
But these were.
What I wanted actually the most was to keep the queens if I could, but I couldn't find the convincing. Yeah, knight f. I mean, this queen f2 move was the most. Yeah, rook e7. So he's attacking the pawn on h6. Maybe now, but okay, rook e8, and he's threatening to.
Now you get an extra move to move your knight to that.
No, but the point is, like this maybe, huh?
Maybe just king a2 to get it down.
You mean knight takes h6, still rook takes? Yeah, this idea. Yeah, makes sense. But also, by the way, in the game, I played this queen d4 very, very fast. It looks so tempting. After here with the queen on b6, I played it very fast, queen d4, but also, of course, not clear whether I need to. But the thing is that he was, I think, intending queen e3. That's why I played.
Like this?
Yeah. No, he was suggesting actually a very interesting move after the game. Move rook h3 to prevent queen e3. A little bit odd, but... I don't know. No, it feels so tempting, but... I mean, the position in general, I mean... But also, like, the pawn on h6 might just drop, and then I have to do
adjust.
I mean, I have to have something quite concrete.
Yes.
There is no way to. So, but I'm almost certain that one of these lines works for me, and that I will be massively better. I just couldn't find which one. Yeah, unfortunately.
But it was interesting game.
A very interesting game.
Yeah.
Very, in general, very, very hard to understand what is going on. in
Yes.
This middle game. I was really. Also, he said that he had no clue what was
No.
going on there. I mean, we understood e takes f4. Yeah, that should be
Should be
a
avoided.
bad move. Yeah, but he made it with his concrete idea to attack the h6 pawn. But
What-
yeah. Yeah, like let's say here, I thought in general he plays bishop b5. Like if I take here, for instance, with the king and c1.
But it may be a little bit later without.
Later. Here. No, but now it's defended. No, it has to be earlier. But in general, I thought bishop b5.
But which you said instead of. Maybe there is no time to take it ever. No.
I didn't think so. I thought bishop b5 will always attack my queen.
Mhm.
Yeah. I don't know. Feels a little bit like missed opportunity, but also very hard to say. Yeah.
You should have the bishop on d3.
If I had the bishop on d3 in all these lines, I would. Yeah, bishop c4. In fact, is a very bad move. Simply. Yeah?
With the bishop here, maybe you can take, because then the bishop is defended.
Yeah, for instance. No, it's simply. But I played two moves that makes no sense. Queen f2 and bishop c4. Both of them are horrible moves. But it's not so clear how much it matters.
Horrible moves. Then you are dropping queens and pieces.
Yeah.
So it was not so horrible.
It was not great. No, I mean this bishop I was not so sure where it belongs, but this queen f2 is simply makes no sense. I immediately understood I have to just go back. Yeah.
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 You mean in?
No, earlier.
Yeah. Yes.
Now when I played, here
Yeah,
queen
yes.
it makes absolutely no sense.
No. Trying to correct yourself, but he understood.
Yeah, exactly. But also, not so clear if how much I lost because rook e7, bishop d7 are not so useful also. So
No.
maybe g5 was possible. But yeah, very hard to say. I will have to analyze this properly to have any sort of chance to understand what went on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
But interesting game. Interesting game.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we take a short break and then we will be back in a couple of minutes. So we are back again following round 2 of the TePe Sigeman chess tournament. And we have 2 games still running. This is the first, Lamy against Ivanchuk. We left in this position. We had this very nice move, bishop d6. Ivanchuk had to take and enter this ending.
Yes.
And rook b8 normal to stop the pawn from advancing, of course.
Yes.
So now,
Yeah, it's all about that g6 pawn.
yes,
So
and
is
the white king.
yeah. So and but what I mean, it's the only weak point in black's position. So
Yeah,
is white able to push black's king to a square so that white's king can reach f7 and he can attack the pawn laterally from b6, for instance. That is the only way that white is. Also, sometimes if you can push the king into the corner, sometimes you can go around and start mating threats with rooks. But I think the dark squares are so weak that if you play h4 now with black, if you play h4, later on you attack the f2 pawn. I don't think that white can ever win if you play g3 in this position. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And if you play f3 or f4 later on, then the king is not really in danger if it comes up on the h5. So
without the f pawns, I think this is a draw even without the b pawn. It's in the book that I have read. Dvoretsky. I think you have the bishop.
Yeah. Yep.
And you have the pawns, and you just stay with the king. But now there are 3 pawns, which of course is to white's advantage. More pawns, the better. But there is 1 extra there in the b file.
I mean, I think as a player like Ulf Andersson's, for instance, he would just
Tell us.
no, he would in his mind try to set up a position that is winning for white. So the position that is winning for white possibly is if we would give a check on b6.
I'm just making the moves.
So and we're just we get, if white gets the king to f7 in this position.
Yeah, then we are winning.
Yeah, exactly. So is that possible?
This is the position of the game.
Yeah.
Or this is actually the position of the game. So the interesting thing is black should wait, I guess.
Probably, yeah, I agree.
So how do we make progress?
Yeah, I think if the f4 square is blocked somehow, I mean, I don't see how. I mean, for instance, king f4, then bishop d4. Just that must be a draw, pretty.
Yeah.
That is the position you were talking about, but with an extra pawn.
Yeah, but then I would have this
yeah,
pawn.
Yeah.
But still there is an extra pawn.
Yeah, I think it should be.
We take a quick look at the other game. It's Tan playing white against Erdogmus. We had this position when we left. G4 was played. I'll go here. Took on b2 immediately, winning a pawn. Check. King has to move. And knight h5.
Yeah.
Rook g5.
There are no really good choices here for white.
No.
So putting knight on h5, it doesn't seem like something you want to do, but then there is nothing else to do. So take on h2, yes. Now a2 is hanging.
This is the position in the game. And now one exchange and a pawn down.
I'm guessing he wants to play king f4 and
Have to play for tricks.
yeah, and then so after king f4 we're going to play rook g6 or we're going to take on f5.
Because you don't want to play this because of check
Yeah,
and
but this
take.
seems to make
So
things worse.
Yeah. Should I take this one? And then this.
Yeah. But okay, it's
You can try. You don't resign,
no.
at least. So this is the position, but it, of course, very difficult for Tan. And if she loses this, then she has lost 2 white games yesterday and today.
But she's still fighting here after king f4
Yeah.
take on, and I think we should take that when we take on h5. That is.
I don't want to give.
No, I don't think so either. It doesn't seem healthy unless there is a check on f2 afterwards. That is good. So king f4. If we take on h5, g takes, and then the check on there. Yes. Yeah, that one, and now something like knight f3, if that works. But now king f2, yeah, king e3. Sorry, but yeah, it's okay. Instead, I play knight f1 after king e4.
Yeah, there is some.
Because it's a bit awkward where the pieces are.
But still, you don't want to allow a passed pawn. But if it's winning, then it's natural. It's okay.
Knight d2 check. That's winning, right? Knight c4 and knight d6.
I have to go here on the rook and this.
It's just hopeless, yeah. So
Yeah, because it's hanging.
Yeah. So maybe there is.
Yeah, maybe.
Tactically, the bishop on f5 might be too bad there.
No good.
So let's have a look at it once more. So king f4.
You want to take this one?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, I can take with a rook, but I want to take with a pawn because I want to have some counterplay.
So after this check, you could go to e5, and after knight f3, go to maybe d5. Oh, where is
f6? But I can go here.
When you get the rook h7 check afterwards. So f6 is not a move we want to play.
No.
So knight f3 check. King d5. And
you have to have a win. No,
actually,
principle you don't want.
So this is not ideal.
You want to win easy.
So we should take on f5, but it's
and I
take with a pawn.
Hoping to create something. F6 and check and this one.
Something.
Let's just show this to give the.
Yeah, I would give it check and rook e7.
Some chances. And the knight is very bad right now.
Yeah.
You can fight for a couple of moves.
Still a bit tricky.
Let's see. Did she move this? No. She's still thinking. Is there an alternative that we don't see?
Yeah, there is rook takes g4 and rook b4.
No, she played it.
Yeah, rook takes g4.
I have to take.
And rook b4 check. I forgot about that one. Let's just win.
3 pawns up.
2. Yeah, it will be. Soon to be.
Yes. And I don't have a.
Okay,
trick.
that was pretty simple.
So the game is
Yeah,
probably lost.
and she did it because there is
No other move.
no other move anyway. So otherwise, black plays rook b4 and or
Yeah, so she will. Yeah, he took. She took. Or maybe again, I must check if this is that they are played.
Yep.
So this is the position. Is it time to resign? Yeah. But you can always make a few more moves.
Yeah.
Doesn't cost anything.
No, exactly. But this is
sad.
very sensible position to resign in, especially since the knight on h5 is just absolutely horrendously placed. So, yeah.
So we go back. We had this Lamy, Ivanchuk. So again, Ivanchuk is involved in the longest game of the run. Yesterday, he played 110 moves before it was a draw. And if he is unlucky, it could be something the same. F4, check.
Okay.
This pawn will be needed. You have to defend the pawn.
You have bishop e1 always, so...
F4 was...
Now king e2.
Because you wanted to try to collect this one. Or we started with king d3.
That's also...
You can make a lot of moves
Yeah.
just moving around.
I thought he would go to e2 to stop bishop e1.
But I can play it now.
Yeah, when I play bishop g3.
But then
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, so then I get it. So
Yeah.
then I have to go back.
Yeah, so I think he can maneuver. So he will go back.
So the moment you take, as long as I have my king, so I can go to g7. The moment you take on h4, it's yeah, it's a combination of that. Yeah, it's going to lose the game. Yeah,
cannot take. But even if it didn't play this, let's say black play.
Yeah, exactly. Taking g7.
How do I?
You must play g4. It's the only move, right? But now I play.
Then you play this.
Yeah, bishop f2. Ah, that's no, but now, yeah, this is winning.
You have to.
No, it's winning. Or
I'm not sure.
But why didn't you in this position go back one move? Why don't we play bishop f2?
Oh, you are playing beautifully.
b3.
Maybe it's not a win.
I just take it. No, maybe it's a draw. Yeah.
Because now I can give a check.
Oops. So it's I need to.
You have to take one.
Take...
Okay. So what do we think? We think black will make a draw. Somehow.
A wonderful audience. What do they think? So there's no people here now.
No, they have given up on this game.
Yeah.
This is the position. No, this is not the position. This is the position.
It will probably not be a very long game. I don't think so.
But there is a time trouble coming quite soon. Can always try to win. Like he did yesterday against Robson, because Robson was down on like 35 seconds or 30 seconds for 1 hour.
Yeah.
But
okay, let's see the other game. Yeah, that was already over. Yeah, that's
not yet. I think it's over
ish.
So we had this position. There was a check. King went back, threatening the knight. So you take with this one. Knight g7, knight f6, king f3, So this is the position. 2 pawns down.
The knight e4 now. The knight is going to d6. No, then rook e8 check.
But is there a threat?
That's rook e8. So maybe knight d5 instead.
But why can I not just
That's also.
take one? I take one more pawn.
Yep.
Because I don't see.
No, I agree. Rook a2, we must play then. And then I can play knight. But maybe knight e5. Just.
You want to go here?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's 1 pawn too many. 2 pawns down. That's too much. Okay, 4 played.
He did. Said. It must be tough. She played in the World Championship match lately,
Yes.
and she had a lead, and then she lost quite a few moves.
She won the first game.
Yeah.
Then
she did, everything went wrong for her.
Yes, lost a lot of games.
It must be tough to change the momentum in your game when you had such an experience.
But she was the world champion before this.
Yeah, I know. And
As you said, John Tiemann is needed. Ulf Andersson is needed.
where are they? Guys, where are you?
Yes.
When we need you.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen.
Nah.
In the endings, he's okay. But we like Ulf Andersson in Sweden, of course.
Yeah, I often quote my friend, Christian Jeppsson, who when we were in Spain, at one point we were sitting on a bus, and suddenly Christian, he told me, so he whispered to me and said, "Do you realize who's sitting in front of us?" And that's the first time I saw Ulf Andersson, and I said, of course, this was a rhetorical question, but you shouldn't answer. So I said no, and he said, "It's God."
It's God, yes. It's the ending.
So that was the first time I met God.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the ending, he is absolutely
Divine.
Yes. So what is the problem?
Yeah, I can't find any problems.
We have to make a move. That's the problem, maybe. Because
Okay, and bishop e1.
yes. What did we do last time? We just certainly went back.
Yeah.
If we okay, I try. I go here.
I play bishop g3.
I give a check.
I play king g7.
And I play king e5.
Oh, that was not my meaning.
I think I have made some.
Yeah. Sorry,
some progress.
That was a mistake. Yes,
So maybe there is some chances because he has to make a move.
Yeah, king e6 we could play.
I guess. King c4, then you go for this pawn maybe. King d5 take. So how do we do it? I don't know.
I can even play bishop e1 here. b3.
And I collect.
And then it's on the 7th rank. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is
I
no-
thought it was on B6. So I'm getting a
No.
bit tired now. Too much travel today.
Yeah.
So go back. And on bishop d2, then
Then maybe I can take. But I'm not sure.
no. Bishop d2 take, and I play king
King
d7.
And I have to try to. Yeah.
I'm gonna play bishop e1.
Yes.
And then
My rook
you-
is now
Yeah.
trapped.
Yeah.
So this I cannot play. You want to take this one, of course. Then it's nothing. So how do we do it? So this is the position, and black has not. He has made a move. He played king e6. There was a check, and king f7. Rook d6. Stopping bishop. Can we then play this without bishop d2 coming? Is this the point? Or is there no point?
Yeah, maybe there is a point. Maybe there is a point. We're coming to d4 at some stage, but so I think I have a question. If we go to e1 now, bishop g3, bishop f2.
Check.
I was thinking king f6 here, but maybe after that and take. You have rook h7. Now rook h7 after bishop e3.
So this.
That we're not so sure that it's a draw anymore.
No.
But if we just continue to protect the pawn,
Go back. Maybe then you can push the pawn. I don't even know what I want.
I think pretty sure it's
Pretty sure it's a draw.
yeah.
I was not didn't like this because now this is always on a black square.
Yeah.
But if I put it here, then the king would come.
Maybe at least.
But still, put it on f3 and then play for 20 moves, and then put it on f4.
Yes.
Like
I agree with that.
Any development? What happened? Yeah, she stopped. Of course, rook takes a2, knight g4, gave a check, check. Yeah, in the long run, it's lost. Rook d6. "12 minutes against 6. There is.
It's something will moves will be made.
Yes.
And that's almost as bad as saying that the pawn is a pawn.
Yes. It can drag on forever.
I hope that will stay on the internet forever, me having said that.
But the pawn is a pawn. Is this strong? Rook d6. So what did we do? We just waited.
Mm.
So what is the negative side of this move?
I mean, if you get the king to if you get the g6 pawn and black gets the f4 pawn, that is.
Then we have at least made progress, I would say.
I mean, one of the issues possibly is that if we put the bishop on f2 in a position, for instance, where you can't kick the king away from unless you allow the.
I need to have my king on e5. If
Yeah, but e5 I can always give a check on
yeah,
c3.
so how do I
So
ever...
you must go with the king to d7 and then d8, and then you must give a check on the 7th rank, and then black can go down.
Okay, I just
nothing
make...
there. Still nothing there. Yeah, exactly. Just
I
get it.
just do the move.
Yeah, exactly. So king d7, we go there. We don't even care about taking the bishop. So yeah.
And then what?
We can even give a check now. So
yeah, give a check and go back.
Precisely. So I don't even see how. There's not even a hypothetical thingy.
No.
At least I don't think so.
He played bishop b2.
Hmm.
Of course. Another move.
Yeah.
But I would say it's the same idea.
Yeah.
Waiting.
Yeah. And here there's also the possibility to play bishop c1.
Yes. To come for this one.
Yeah.
But okay, let's say I try. I go for this pawn now.
Yeah, exactly. Why did he go there?
It doesn't work. Go.
King f6, yeah.
And then we'll go here.
And we play. Yeah, what is the bishop doing there?
Let's see.
Take and we need to go there.
How do we...
We're threatening bishop e1,
Yeah.
and we're threatening bishop f6. So it can't be protected.
No, the rook is trapped.
Yep.
So it's not even a threat
No.
to go for this pawn, because we can never
No,
get out.
if we play king e2, then we play b3. No, we don't, because yes, we do, because b2. No, rook b7.
You cannot...
you can't move a bishop now.
No.
Okay, so...
But black should wait, let's say. Okay, rook d6 was played, bishop b2 was played, king c2 was played, bishop c3. It's hard to believe that the king should be here. There cannot be a winning plan without the king.
No.
But you can make a few moves.
Yep.
Yeah, nothing going on.
f5 check, and
this is the current position. Check.
I think so. But okay, after knight comes to still possible to.
This is
It's possible to dream.
yes.
Mm.
This is like a game you watch.
Mm.
Cannot analyze it because you know it's winning,
Yeah.
and you wait for something exciting to happen. But we don't believe in this position.
But yeah.
Something has been played. King b3. Yes. So now, if you want to wait with the bishop, you have to play bishop
E1.
e1.
Yep.
There is no problem with this at all. King g7, of course, something different. But still waiting move.
Yeah, if it gives a check on the 7th rank, I don't really see why you cannot play king g8.
No, I agree.
But maybe king c4.
But you should avoid this at least, because then you have no moves.
Yeah, exactly.
But he will come to f6.
You have no moves, but you can probably attack the f4 pawn there and just.
King c4 played. King f7 played. Yeah. So instead of going to the c4 square, you can go the other way. Make a little dance around the bishop.
Yes. Let's do the bishop boogie.
Yes. No move. Coming. King e4, last move.
Yeah, I don't think that it was quite opportune to give this check on last move. I mean, maybe you should play.
Yeah, it was good to have the king down on the 3rd rank.
Maybe king f5 is a better move here. Just.
But okay, a check was given.
Yeah.
King e4 was played. And f5 is played.
Yes, and should probably play something like king d4, yeah. And the question is f4 or not f4.
If we can reach f3 and f2, then we are winning.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
be...
So f4, knight e6 check, king f5. Do we have anything to hope for here? No. Knight g7 check, king g6, and then walk the f pawn. Yeah, I could play rook g3.
I don't believe it. I hope for g2, but of course you can play whatever. Winning easily. So this was played. King d5 was played.
Yeah.
f4. If there is. Not much going on. One move is played. Rook d3.
Does he want to play?
G3 or what does he want? I guess it's just a waiting move. He wants to play king d5, maybe. I don't know why.
So I mean, if we play king e6 here, it's going to play g3.
Exchange.
But I mean, with that weak f4 pawn, I don't think it can ever. Or go to f6. Sorry, you would. It's right to go to f6. Nah,
No, we don't believe it.
we do not.
Okay, but there is coming some moves because they are low on time. So it was bishop e1 was played. He gave a check. King e6. Rook d1. Bishop c3. Exactly.
Very deep.
Yeah. White is enjoying the moment of having a better position, but he will not win, it looks like. King c5. Now, check king up here. You cannot play b3 because the king will come back. So this is a move to avoid. Can you just wait? Or is there a problem now?
Maybe go to f7 so that you have the
square for
the bishop. Yeah.
I don't see it.
Yo tampoco.
King 7, king e7, rook d3. Is this a game? Must be some moves made. No. Yeah, king d5, king h4.
Okay, it's going to g3.
3 and then
That makes sense, actually.
this and then start to push. That is hopeless. Knight d6 played.
King g3. But okay,
That was,
they're bit both low on time, so...
yeah. There's still a knight on the board. Oh, sorry. Clicked on the wrong game. This one. King g3 played. And now he's ready for...
I think knight d4 is... And then f4, knight d5, f5 check. But then we can go to h3 just...
Maybe we can also... maybe can you take it?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, this is a big mistake. Because, but this...
It's a draw.
Yes. There is always a possibility to make a big mistake.
The specialists are talking.
Yes,
Yes.
we have done them all.
Check on f5, king h3, but f1 is just
Okay, back
wasting.
again.
Wasting.
But now I can give it.
Yeah.
I can play,
f3.
I can play f3 anyway. And if I get here, I also get here. And then it's over. Now it's winning. So this is the current position.
She has fought very well, though.
Maybe not. Maybe it's this. Yeah. So what happened? King has nothing has happened. So this is the position. So how long should you try? How long? For how long should you play? Is there a rule?
I don't believe there is a rule.
No. You play as long as you want.
You play as long as you want.
Yes.
And I just I'm never upset with someone playing. You know, there's so many reasons you might want to play on. Maybe it's just self-therapy.
Enjoying the game.
Enjoying the game, you know, coming and saying, no, you should do this and that. I'm yeah. It doesn't feel right to me, at least.
No, and this is, of course, a position you can play on. Because you can go wrong, of course. And after seeing Ivanchuk yesterday with white, he can. I think he understands what is happening. He will see it from the other side, because he was also playing for a very long time with his extra pawn.
What kind of position was that?
It was a rook ending with. From the beginning, it was 4 pawns against 3, but it finished with rook and pawn against rook.
Oh, okay.
With some small chances. King c4. I think the king has been there before.
Yeah, I was also drawn to the movement of the wrong screen. Like a moth.
Okay, so we take a new look. What happened? Had position like this. King h3, rook went down. Knight e3 check. To take.
That ruins a lot of the fun, doesn't it? Rook takes.
Rook takes. And you cannot take. You have to move the rook somewhere. And this pawn is queening. Of course, I can also go back and take this one.
Yeah.
But then maybe king e4.
And when king d3, check king f2, take an f4, take an a2. That's...
So what would you like to play this, or do you want to play?
No, I would play f3. Yeah.
Where I have to take?
And then I will play f2. Yeah.
And I have to go here.
Then I play king g2.
And now it's time for me to sacrifice my rook, because this is a heavy threat.
Yes.
And there will never be time to take this one.
No.
No time to push. So this is the position black to play and will win for sure. F3 was played. Okay, you take because you need this pawn for any chance at all. And then you will resign soon.
Yeah, I'm going. I will be when I get home tonight. I'm going to have a look at this knight e7 that he played instead of bishop d7, which seemed so natural. Perhaps his move was just stronger.
Yes,
I liked it very much.
You were talking about.
Yeah, because sometimes it's.
You are talking about
Yeah.
this move.
Yeah, exactly. Knight e7. I really liked that. Just
putting it.
Basically because he has his pawn structure is so good. It means that white's extra pieces are they are not really.
No squares for the knight.
There are no squares for the knights, exactly. So, and that means if he plays bishop d7, he allows white maybe to exchange a piece that white would be happy to exchange. So, so knight e7 is an ambitious and strong move, and I really liked it. Oh, I thought rook e1. But he did play rook a3.
And he did win, I think.
Yeah.
Did she resign?
Yeah,
Yes, she did. Okay. So it's still quite impressive from black.
Yeah.
And I agree this knight e7 is an interesting move he played. So now we have one game going on. It's Erwin Lamy against Ivanchuk. And we have seen this position for a couple of hours now. It feels like.
And
there is
Ivanchuk he has finally sped up a bit.
Yes.
With black, he's now gaining time.
Yes.
It's a good sign.
Yes.
It was bleeding time for a long time, but now he's collecting it.
And there is no way forward. King c2.
Yeah.
This king. Yeah, this is the bishop dance we are talking about.
Perhaps he did. Did he offer a draw with that move?
You can see it on the screen.
Okay.
But it didn't look like
No.
Or maybe there is some delay with the camera. We will see. No, he played it.
No, he just.
There was no draw. King f7. What do you think? Should we call it today and say that this is a draw and you can all follow it from home? There is nothing. We have nothing more to say.
Yeah.
At least.
No. Exactly.
We have nothing more to say. I think we let them play on.
Yeah.
And we will be back tomorrow at the same time, and we will see on some new fresh games.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.